All right, so it was not this one. It was not that one. This one, Maze Valley. This is a nice map. The Emerald Cliffs look pretty good as well. All right, let's go. It is time, boys. Maze Mamba. Let's get it in. All right, all right. So, I'm going to be starting a fresh new map. Let's see, what do we got? We're going to try to make this a lot smaller, if possible. Don't want anything too big, too large. There we go. All right. So this is going to be the start. We are going to unlock all the tiles from the beginning. I know this feels kind of cheap, but I don't want to be constrained. I got to have my creative freedom. All right. So we know we start here. Oh, we got boats already. It's pretty sweet. All right. So very quickly, we know what we want to do. Let's turn off road guidelines. We want to connect this. Whoa, that was lag. All right, where are my one-way roads? All right, so it's on the same grid. It's good to see, good to see. Okay. All right, some of the sounds are kind of loud. Effects. Ambient. Chirper. We'll put them at 10%. The emergency broadcast is hella loud. Alright, we should be good. Now we see the hill right here. So I probably want to curl this down immediately. That's actually pretty bad. What we could do instead is curl this, but that's probably pretty bad as well. Yeah, I think we just have to do that, and then kind of just live with the results. All right, so we're gonna do this setup. Actually, no. There we go. That's a little bit better. We'll just take this value as proper. And then I guess we could just do this, even though it's kind of weird looking. There we go. Dude, this looks hella jank. That's not actually what I'm looking for. We need this, 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 that. This, this, this. Here, here, here. This honestly shouldn't matter. But I gotta do it anyways. Alright, so from here, we're just gonna do a normal setup. This is gonna be a 12-12. 10, 11, 12. And then we're just gonna build on the hill. It's not much we could really do. Alright, so we get the upgrades here. And let's start with a little bit of utilities. Let's pull out a street here. 1, 2, this pulls out. There's a good chance I need a connection here. It feels like this makes more sense to use than to not use. Yeah, this is probably what makes a lot more sense. And have this go out this way. Because of the fact that there's a hill here, I want to utilize the flat ground, even if they have to U-turn at the end. I think this is worth it. So we have this come in, come out. We want this on this side, 1, 2. We'll use that as proper. So this is 11, 1, 2. All right, so I would want this, but I'm not gonna, I mean, it's probably worth it though, because it's a right turn. That's the only reason why it's worth it though, because it's a right turn. Okay, so we'll take that. This ends up being perfectly spaced. Always lucky. So 1 space gap, 22. This is technically incorrect, because it's supposed to be like this. One, 2. All right, that's going to be our starter set. Now we need to get some utilities in, so we're just going to get a little bit of coal power. That should be pretty good. And then we need to get water. So a lot of the times, one of the things you want to actually start doing is looking at the direction of the water flow. See that I'm also paused when I'm doing this. I don't want to bleed out the monies because there's upkeep we have to pay. So because of this, we want to have the water pump on the right side and then the outlet on the left so that the poop water goes downstream. That way we're safe from contaminants. What? How come I can't build this? I can't build this? What? What's going on, Zero Dragon? I see you over there. Anyone know what's going on? Why can't I build this? What the hell? Once you get office buildings, when you get a university and you have highly educated residents. Hey, Zero Dragon, with a gift sub to Patches, 192. Happy Friday, Zero Dragon, thank you so much. And of course, Patches, enjoy the emote, the 20 dice ad-free viewing. Don't forget that legit sub ad. But thank you so much for the support. Thank you so much. I see you over there, Zero Dragon. Hopefully you're having a great Fridays. Appreciate it though. Thank you for the support. That is weird. I couldn't go directly from here to here. I have to use a different midpoint. That makes no sense why that's not allowed. I don't know, man. I don't know what that was. That's really weird. Alright, we'll pull this out to here, pull this down. Pull this across. Pull this down the street. And then we need power lines. So of course this has to go to here. And then we have to run this backwards. We'll get close. There we go. Alright, so that's more or less water and power. So this goes this way, right? Yeah, there we go. It's a little bit jank looking, but it'll be alright. This goes this way for water coverage. And then we need to get some water over here. Okay, I typically would want this line right here. Oh, the music is not even on. Alright. So that's to get it started. It's pretty good. That is all the utilities we need in the beginning. All right. Should be good. We have 10 grand left, and then I need to go to my budgets, reduce my utilities down so we don't pay the extreme costs since we have a no population at the moment. That's what you want to do. I'm also going to delete this. And then everything should be good. All right, let's let... Oh, I don't have zoning yet. That's what I forgot. So let's get these guys moved in. All right, let's get the residentials. Should be good. There we go. We got people moving in. Is this Star Wars Cantina music? No. This is video game music from City Skylines. What's going on, Charlene? How are you? I see you over there. Alright, since we have money, I'm going to add more population. At about 7k, might as well make some upgrades. 4k left, bleeding out some cash. There we go. This is kind of awkward right here, though. I'm not going to lie. Did something pop up and I missed it? Okay, we're at 4k. And then I want to get industry here a lot of the times. Just a bit sore from the gym visit. Nice, going to the gym. Good stuff, good stuff. Going to the gym is good for the body. Our population is in. Once we hit the first threshold and we're green, I think we're going to be able to start balancing. All right. So far, so good. I kind of see what I kind of want to do in terms of a general design here for the time being. Because I think we're going to revamp everything once we're ready. But we need to make some money first. I do have a general idea of what I want to do, though. So we gotta wait. We gotta hit the population thresholds. And we got to make that cash. So our goal right now, immediately, because we need cash in order to build the roads and infrastructures that we want and see. What we're going to... Oh, yeah, another thing I need to do is go to TMP. You guys see this right here? I'm at 80% traffic flow. This is because of the mods. I'm not doing anything wrong. That's just how the mods are broken. And just like that, I'm back up to 95. Sometimes, I don't know what the mods are trying to do. Oh, I went up to 96? That's godlike. I'll take that. 96%, that's rare. Oh, is that a stoplight? Aw, man. Is that on? No, I don't want that on. Oh, these are all traffic lights. Guys, if you guys play this game, turn off your traffic lights. There is no world or situation in which it helps you. Even with very well-timed, automatically timed lights, it's not actually beneficial. Oh, that's where I had it wrong, right here. There we go. No U-turns. There was a U-turn setup right there that I didn't want. That way they could use both lanes for right turn, left turns. Good stuff, good stuff. Gotta hit pop 400. And... come on, man, we right there. Hit me with the 400. Why is it just at 395, man, and not changing? There it is. Let's go. Give me that cash infusion. All right, we got a little bit of cash. Oh, they want more residency. Makes a lot of sense. We're probably not going to extend along the back just due to how we don't have a lot of space. So we know that's going to be how that looks like. I'll probably have to flatten this. I'm pretty sure I have to. So we're going to do that with that in mind. I wish I could look at my terrain height already. Alright, so this goes this way. I kind of want it here. Wait a second. 1,000. I think that's fair. Alright. We could go with a 135. That's kind of like a fixed angle. But I could also like freehand it. No, I think I'll take the fixed angle. 135. Alright, so what we'll want to do is 10 and 10. What? What was that? Oh, it's because I have straight slope on. Yeah, I'd be like that sometimes. That's fine. So we'll do it like that. Gradual road. So this is going to be actually our freeway internally while we upgrade the system. We're just going to place that there so we have a frame of reference. And this is not really optimally spaced, but I guess it's fine. Yeah, I think I need to redo this slightly. Yeah, because this is not well spaced either. It'd be like that sometimes. Alright, that's fine. We'll leave it like that. Oh, power issue. We have to manage this slightly. Come on. There we go. That's just needing power, right? We have the power. There we go. Alright, so from here, we got to expand this a little bit for more jobs. Makes a lot of sense. I think we want to relocate this street, but it's kind of a problem right now. So I want to add population first. So a lot of the times, I want to run a parallel line to this, right? So we're going to run this up this way. Snap 90. Alright, and then we're just going to use this as an arbitrary line. So we're going to find a midpoint here. 220, 360. So the difference of that is what? 140. So now we should have equal lateral line. 220, 220. Both sides. So this gives us an even curve. Right? Node in the middle, curve, curve. So we're going to follow that. And that's off of this so that we get two parallel 4-lane roads. This isn't going to be a 4-lane road. This is going to be a highway. And we'll run a small, like, diamond setup or something that feeds into both sides up and down. So it goes down. Small setup here to go into this street. And then it goes down. Small setup here to go up and down. This goes across. And I think we have to go back into the highway here. That's probably what's going to work the best. That way we could have these people take the highway, these people take the highway. So that people leaving the city wouldn't drive through the city. That's going to be the plan. So we're going to work off of this. This is kind of broken as a result. Feels bad. So we're going to have to fix that. Let's get the upgrades in. Let's just go for this. We could redo the curve to line up with that. It's probably better that we don't, though. Now, of course, we're just going to pull up a line. We're going to need something called a parallel line. A parallel line is a small street parallel to a big street. And in every circumstance, you're going to want this. There is very rarely a situation where you don't want this. Now, of course, you know, these guys get wrecked. So we're going to pause. Right? So this guy goes up to here. This guy goes up to here. And then all these houses get wrecked. Feels bad, man. Here to here is 440. Let's mark that. delete this, and then we'll go up 440 this way. I want to line up to the node, so this is 100. We'll do that here. So now what we have is a perfect hub. Since everything is pulled off of a right angle, we have good lineup. So we know that the node is here, and the node is back here. All right, that's good. So you could see how there's a random line coming out, but it doesn't line up with the node. You got to watch out for that. It's going to make you think that that's a center point when it's not. So the trick for this is, you could see how there's two lines lit up. Those are the lines that your midpoint is covering over, basically. You can see that this line lights up if I pull it out a little bit more, but if I pull it back, it's this line. That's how you know which line you're actually snapping to. Now, sometimes the game's not going to give that to you. It's going to be a little bit painful, and what I mean when I say that is they're not going to allow you to snap properly. Sometimes the lines don't extend. It gets annoying. But for the most part, a lot of the time, that's going to be the best way to do it. So, we're going to pull this out this way. Bop the rocks. It's cool. Now, because of these guys getting wrecked, we have to rezone them. I probably actually add a middle setup here. I hate to do it, but it's probably for the best. So we're going to want to line this up. We bop some housing as a result, man. You hate to see it. But by doing this, we have a perfectly one space gap that we could put some walking paths later on. I don't have them unlocked yet, but we'll do them soon. Let's get these guys bopped. Get these guys in. Let's wreck these guys. Let's bop the middle so we get full-size housing, and then we move everyone in. 16 grand, okay. You gotta be weary of your monies and the money situation. Now, of course, you're gonna want this. And, you know, we're gonna do the same thing. Line up to the dots, get an inside curve. Right, that's what we want. Now, right, left, you know what that means? When we get to here, it's a right, and then it's a left. So all these line up. This comes in. I probably have to go through. This probably goes through like that, and we probably bop that street. The reason why I do that a lot of the times, it's so that it's like separated. It might be better to do this though. A lot of the times I like this going straight through for better traffic management, as that's typically what we see in real life. It feels like it's more efficient going the other way. That's probably okay though. So we're at 13 grand. This is probably decent enough for us to upgrade and just put residential housing on that. Let's just get that in. All right. Now we just need the pipes. Y'all know what it is. I got the best pipes in the business. We don't mess around with the pipes. We gotta lay them down. Alright. If you guys are wondering, there's no benefits to doing pipes like this. I just like doing it like this because I'm weird. Nice. Alright, so we want to go here. This goes across. Oh, and now we're broke. Yep, okay, no more pipes, boys. We're out of the monies. You hate to see that kind of thing happen. Okay, commercial here. And let's get the residentials in. All right. Get some of the residencies. They chillin'. I hate to do this, but I actually should bop these houses to make them rezone. should be good though. We'll let this rock. Oh, we need jobs right now. I could take a small loan of $20,000. Fix this setup. All right, so it's here. And then this is, yeah, that's gonna overlap. So that's 12. And this is, we'll do it to 33. So it should come down here. Okay. All right, we're making money though. $1,000. So it's not too bad. I think it's like that. There we go. Oh, we need trash. Oh, I don't have enough for a landfill. Come on. All right, we got to take the loan. Oh, man. I forgot about trash pickup. That's a rock, not the power line. Okay, that's fine then. All right, we'll pick up the trash. More jobs are coming. Let's get some more industry right here. All right, we're just waiting for the job to do its thing. Let's get some more over here because it looks like we'll need it. Is that enough jobs? I'm actually not sure. Why am I lagging? Oh, okay. Worthy Village. We'll take that. Got some monies. Good stuff. All right. So with that, I think immediately I'm going to go for a school. I'm going to be real, man. Getting the education is nice. We'll probably just go with a... They're both the same price. And it's both the same capacity. It's just the size and shape. Is this a different city than the one you were on before? Yes, this is a different city. The other city was lagging, so I thought that maybe it was time to start a new city. But yeah, be like that sometimes. It was a bit laggy, the other city, so we're gonna start a new one. So far, so good though. Just trying to progress. G, what's good? I see you over there. Hope you're doing well. I can't wait to get to terraforming though, man. That's gonna be sweet. Because that is the name of the game. Gotta be terraforming, man. Alright, so with this, we do have a little bit more monies. We don't have terrain heights yet. Feels bad. Alright, so we'll just probably have to do this then. Not much we could really do. Because all they're doing is just asking for more jobs, and this is probably the best we could do for this. Alright, that's a lot of jobs. So we should be able to continue the piping here, right? Yeah, so because of how the pattern works out, I should probably start zoning. Oh, I gotta up the budget. Okay, that's good, and that's good. Okay. Yeah, we need to start zoning the bottom half, I think, before we keep pushing out to the right. So naturally, we're gonna just want to come down this way. All right, here to here is a 520. There we go. And then we're going to do a 2-space gap here, because I'm pretty sure that's how that's going to work out. At least temporarily for now. Like, it's a good chance this becomes a 4-lane road right here. Alright, so let's look at the pattern then. It's a 1-2 pattern. And then this becomes a 4-lane? That doesn't seem right. Alright, we'll just do it anyways. And I think we want the right turn to the other side. So that's actually correct. Yeah, I think we leave it like this. Right, left, right, left, right, left. And then we just want multiple entrances from this side. So chances are it's going to be here. And we'll probably keep that one. I want this to be a rounded section, so that should be fine. Alright, so typically I would want to say we would do something like this. Box grid, and then we have a center that's going to act as a park. This makes a lot of sense by the highway. Is that actually a thing? Green space by the highway? Like, it makes sense, naturally. Trees block the noise. But it's like, wouldn't that make the nature experience a little worse at the same time? I don't know, man. It feels kind of weird. Alright, good grid spacing. That's good. And then if this is 880 and that's 880, that means I should get a setup here. Ah, yeah, I do get the setup there. Okay, so it's gonna be like this. And then what's the value here? 280, 360. That's what? 80? Alright, so here to here is 280. So we need to do 360 instead. Alright, so now we get the good value. Alright, so this is because the curvature down here doesn't really line up. So we're going to do the top curvature, and then we're going to line up to that curve. A lot of the times I like doing this because it makes everything look perfect. And then as a result, I have to trim the bottom as well. Right, but this is perfectly fine most of the time. Like, there's no real downside to this. You just lose a little bit of monies, but you get a nice looking setup. Alright, that's good hug. I think we'll do it the other way around. We are going to make this into grid space, and we'll put the park here. Alright, looks like the people really want to move in, so let's give them some living space really quick. They really want to move in. Yeah, that's covered. Nice. A little bit of that commercial demand, not a lot. We'll get that right there. Alright, and while that's zoning in, we will move in some more roads. We're going to need this over here. Everything's going to line up a lot easier this way. Alright, so that's going to be good. You know what would be kind of nice? I made this into a square. Realistically, though, I don't think that's really going to be what we do. So we're just going to have this go straight down. I wonder if someone's going to exit here to go backwards. Oh, I mean, we're going to have an exit here, right? So it should be fine. Alright, so we'll have park space right here. And then this is all going to be residential space around that. Commercial on the front. And then we'll pull the 4 lanes straight down. Alright, so we'll pull this by 30, and then we'll add in some pipelines for this, because, oh, tiny town, just like that. We got to the next threshold. And you know what this means? We also get more monies. So we could continue building now if we really want to continue the expansion. Not enough workers. Okay, we need to get some people living over here so they're closer. Alright, so that means we need to do the pipeline this way. I believe because of the type of design, I could skip a layer and go straight to the top afterwards. And I believe we get the box design here. As long as I get this. AI workers revolt. I see you over there shooting Satsu. How are you? How's the days? How is the Fridays? You know what day it is, man. The day before the weekends. And of course, those of you guys that are here, thank you guys for tuning in. It's your boy, me, your host, Too Legit City. And today we're just building some cities, starting fresh on a new map known as the Maze. It was Maze Fields? I forget. It was Maze something from the Hotels and Retreats. But yeah, starting a new save, starting a new city. Oh, gotcha. You don't got the normal Monday to Friday schedule. You got the crazy stuff. All good. Did you see the brawny stuff, dude? That shit was wild. You saw the brawny news? That stuff was crazy, man. When I heard about that, I was like, what? What the hell? And then apparently, everyone is talking about how does he have a history? Is there something wrong? Apparently, a heart doctor came out and said that adolescent basketball players that are either high school or middle school are very random when it comes to the cardiac arrest, meaning that they cannot figure out why it happens, and it's that specific age group, middle school and high school basketball, that they cannot find out why it happens, and it's a common thing. Not a common thing, but it's happened not regularly, but it's kind of a thing. And I was like, that's crazy. And they were talking about how Bronny did all the EKG stuff, all the scans for the physical and whatnot a couple weeks before that, and everything came back normal. That was the crazy thing. Like, there was nothing bad about it. Yeah, no, not that it didn't find it. Everything was normal. That's what they said. The readings, everything. Oh yeah, everything looks good. And apparently it was like kind of like a freak thing. Like, it happened to Shaq's son too. Right? Because Shaq's son also had a heart attack. So it was like, yeah, we don't know why it happens. I have that kind of heart condition. Found it at 16. It's a thickening of the heart walls. Oh, wow. Yo, Angry Milkman. I see you over there. Is that why you're very angry, dude? Hopefully, though, it's, you know, hopefully it's not that bad. Cardiac arrest is not a heart attack. Oh, I got you. Ha, no, okay. Is it because I drank your milkshake? The milkman's angry that I drank his milkshake? I mean, that sounds pretty legit, dude. That's a good reason to be mad. Glad they found it. Yep, sounds legit. It does, right? Alright, man, we got a lot of people getting robbed in my city, so we're gonna start getting the police to come around. Y'all know what it is. Alright, we're also gonna ban crossing over here. Oh, we have terrain heights. Nice. Alright, it's time for me to give them their sky network. How long was this? 162. Alright, we have this here. Alright. And then we're gonna ban crossing on this. They're slowing down traffic by crossing the street. Y'all need to use the crosswalks now, man. Real talk. Glad they found it, man. I know, right? It's crazy. A lot of the times, man, those things, man, you never expect it to happen to you. Oh, power issues. Alright, good stuff, good stuff. Yo, shooting Satsu. Would you want to sign Christian Wood? What's going on, Mean Wolf? How are you? Greetings from Holland. Hello. How's the weather in Holland? I think there's more to the story than a random freak accident. Yeah, there's probably is. Yeah, a lot of the times we lack information whenever we say anything. Could be us as the fans or the media. Christian Wood. You know, he's like, man, it's weird. Oh, you got the grain rain. Feels bad, man. Y'all need to share some of that with us over here. I'm living in the desert right now. Some rain, some gloomy weather, some cool weather. That would be amazing. Not gonna lie. Alright, water budget is a little bit down. There's a lot of talks about us signing him as our last big, Christian Wood, but there's some big problems apparently. I was curious to see if you heard about the rumors. I'd rather have Dutch weather than 30C. No, it's yeah, right now it's not that bad. Yeah, right now it's 83, 28C. Oh, dude. Don't look at Phoenix, dude. Someone took a picture of a random person's car, and they have a sheet of cookies baking on the dash. Like, it's not a meme, dude. It's that hot that they're able to just put a sheet of cookies on their dash and head into work. And then they come out at lunch, they have fresh baked cookies. Very angry milkman. Did you see my weather command? That's actually where I'm from. I'm streaming from America, the West Coast, by the Pacific. Oh, wow. Unfocused. I don't know if they actually give that to you via codes like that. .31C in Ohio? Damn, man, it's warm everywhere. Man, I thought it'd be hotter in LA compared to everywhere else. It's actually not that bad here. I saw on Dutch TV in the US. Don't know what place 70C asphalt melting. Oh, you're talking about Death Valley. Yeah, Death Valley holds the record for the hottest temperature on Earth. But Death Valley is not actually that big. And there's about, I think, just 300 people living there. So it's like, they're never going to break records because it's not that big of a city. Yeah, it's small. Not a lot of people live there. Unless that's changed recently, because they did use that. It's weird, man. They use that as a tourist attraction. Hey, come to Death Valley. We're going to have the hottest temperature of the year today. And it's going to be 45 degrees Celsius. Death Valley is between Cali and Nevada, yeah. On the western border of Nevada. It's in California, though. It's technically not in Nevada. Yeah, that's one of the things they say that, dude, you guys, make sure you guys have water, man. Like, that stuff, they don't mess around. The heat is, like, it's crazy, man. Alright, looks like we need a little bit more help over here. Alright, right, left. I'll probably want to have a connection here, to be honest. I feel like we'll go back to the chill stuff. It's been over 100 in Texas for over 21 straight days. Yeah, I went through that last year. It was horrible, man. I remember there was a time last year where I just kind of went, dude, I'm just gonna sit in the tub and I'm not gonna move. Because that happened to us last year, dude. It was horrible. Like, we were constantly in the hundreds. Like, it was not fun. And I literally just sat in the tub for one of the days. I was just like, it's hot. Let me just turn on the cold water. But this year, it hasn't been that bad. And it probably happens because of the cold weather. I mean, warm weather. Making the water warm so we get more, moisture. Gotta visit Texas for the barbecue. Yo, man. Texas barbecue is pretty legit. Texas barbecue is pretty legit. There's no good way to do this, huh? I have played Cities before, but I saw the new one coming out soon. Should I just wait for it? Yes. The reason why I would say that is because this game... Let me show you guys something. Let me show you guys something. You guys see this? This is my Steam. This is my Steam page. And let me look at this. You guys see this? This says manage my 23 DLCs. I don't have all the DLCs. So that's the reasoning why I say you should just wait for the second game. Because there's so many DLCs and it's like new games coming out, it's not worth it. Like, I would not recommend doing it right now, because it's like, if you're just getting into the game, you might as well just wait for the second one. Another thing about it too is this game is very heavy, if that makes sense. What I mean by a heavy game is it doesn't matter, your computer is going to really struggle running it. Texas is alright, it's hot AF, dude, man, it's hot. Y'all got that good barbecue though. Got that Texas beef, from what I hear. It's pretty bomb. Of course, though, you don't have to listen to my advice. That's only what I would recommend. Yeah, cook the beef on top of your car like the cookies in Arizona. Nah, man. That's how you get... Actually, I don't know, man. I feel like that would make your car smell really gross. Like, if my car smelled like cookies, I'm cool with it. But if it smells like cooked beef for hours on top of the car, yo, man, add some of that bird poop. You know it's gonna get hit by it, man. Splash. Can't put it on top of the car. It's not safe. It's not safe. Oh, we have a fire. And guess what? We don't have a fire department. Oh, man. Alright, guys. Put out the fire. Come on, man. Save the people. It's time, boys. Save the people. Ah, man. Ah, it's a chain fire. Oh, that's a setting. Oh, I forgot that's a setting. Yes, disable fire spreading. I forgot about that. Oh my god. So, if you guys don't know, in this game in particular, fire spreading is broken. One of the things about it is that if a tree catches on fire and you don't have the helicopters, your entire area of trees will just burn down. And there's nothing you can do about that. Because the firefighters could only, like, you know, do the buildings by the road. If you're not by the road, your firefighters can't reach you. And the thing about that is, yeah, The fire spread is way too fast in this game, so you want to turn it off. It's 4 p.m. It is the afternoon right now. Almost at the evening. A 104 in the night. Damn, you guys are 9 hours. I see you over there. Sign up, we don't have enough to win the title. Take the character concerns and deal with it a la Rodman or Artest or Jared Smith. So I think we should not sign him. Because we already have 1 to 2 people, I think, that already have those same concerns. I feel like the thing is with that is I feel like Cam Reddish is already a little bit of a knucklehead. I don't know if that's true. I feel like it is, though. And because of that, I wouldn't want Christian Wood and Cam Reddish. Like, that's going to be, like, too much to manage, I think. You don't think we have enough to win the title, though, huh? Interesting. According to Charles, the Lakers potentially actually have their contenders in his eyes, basically. Kind of interesting how Charles believes that. Oh, we don't have enough power in general. It's time. We're going to use... Oh, this is good. Oh, does that reach? We're good, right? Yeah, that added 20 watts. Yeah, we're good, we're good. But yeah, who knows, though? I don't think we should sign up, though. That's just me, though. Alright, so far, so good. When do we unlock highways? Oh, we have it. We don't have enough money, though, to build it. This is expensive. I mean, it's good. It's technically the best power source in the game because there's no pollution. But the problem is that you don't unlock that building until later on. You have to get to 38,000 population to use it. Right now, we're at 2,500, so we're pretty far. So it's the best power generator in the game, and it has no ground pollution. It's loud, though, so there's noise pollution. But technically, it's the best. It generates the most amount of power. The thing is that it's a late game power source, though. We won't be able to build it at the moment. All right, a little bit of an even distribution with the RCI demands. I don't trust Charles Barkley with any basketball opinions. He says it's Lakers, Celtics, I think. And there was 2 other teams. I forgot. I think it was Phoenix. I forget. But I was like, oh man, already looking like contenders, huh? I think we'll have a good season. I think my Lakers will have a good season. Alright, so this is going to connect to this. You miss old NBA? Oh, you stopped watching, man? Why'd you stop watching? It happens, though. Sometimes, you know, just take a break. Wouldn't be too bad. I think I moved this up. I think I have to later on. So I don't have enough money yet to do the highway, because I want to extend this down and then just have interchanges here. Small, minor interchanges to go in and out the highway. And then that way we can just continue developing going down this way. Well, I might as well just continue with the roads, at least for now. So we want the 1 space gap, both sides. We're gonna go with a 22. All right, so typically we do a right-left setup. And that's because of how I like to alternate, and I like having right turns first. So we'll do it like this. There we go. I got you. I got you. So still, why'd you stop watching? Why'd you stop watching that? Alright, that line is up. That's good. This goes down. This potentially allows us to go a 4-lane road up the hill this way. And then we just have a cross here. That'd be interesting. And that could work too. Alright, so with the demand that we have, so let's put, oh, we have dead bodies. Alright, we need a cemetery, boys. Let's put it right here. It is what it is. People are dying. There we go. We'll do that. Move this in, move that in. That should be good. Alright, alright. I guess sometimes just no conversation. Be like that sometimes. All good. 22. That goes to here. 22. Oops. Let's move that down. That works. Alright, we go down this way. Cool, cool, cool. Residents. Okay, so they just need more people to move in. Alright, we'll put some... I don't know if I want to put anyone here, because we know we're going to add a highway. Oh, we could just pull this across. That's actually pretty clean. New generation doesn't have what the old generations have. I could only mention Braun, Curry, Jokic, Doncic. So what is it that the old generation has that the new generation doesn't? NBA players are on average more skilled than in the past. Yes, they are. That's why it's hard. Like I watched someone bring up a good point when they were talking about the greatest players. It's like, who would you put in the top 3 shooting guards of all time? It's probably Jordan, Kobe, Dwayne Wade, right? A lot of people would probably agree on that list. But it's like, some people are like, yeah, but James Harden should be top 3. And it's like, why? Because he's more skilled than the other players. But it's like, yeah, when you look at it that way, you could argue that James Harden is like better than the majority of like a lot of the old basketball players in terms of what he can do. But then it's like, I think it's more comparable to compare James Harden to someone like T-Mac almost. Because it's like right now they kind of have the same career. All-time great. That's no question. In the right situation, they'd win a championship. But then it's like, there's a good amount of people that would easily put T-Mac over James Harden in terms of just like overall eye test. But then it's like, you look at the stats and it would say the otherwise, right? So it becomes a thing where it's like, are we looking at the better skilled player? Are we looking at the numbers? And it's like, it's so hard to gauge, right? So it becomes a weird thing, like, how are we actually evaluating the great players? Because I honestly don't know how to do it. Because it's like those three shooting guards, Mike, Kobe, Wayne, right? That's probably solidified. But then if you expand that to top 5, who's your 4 and 5? Right? Some people will put Reggie Miller in there. Some people are gonna put Jerry West, right? And it's like, it's hard to argue because it's like there's no way to compare. But I will agree, though, that I will say that the average player is more skilled overall. I think back then, back in the Jordan, Bird, Magic era, I think the big thing with that was being the best at something. You didn't have to have the good all-around skill. You had to be a clear number 1 at something else. And that's like, you know, that's kind of how the basketball was played, like revolved around the strengths. Can't dribble, pass it. Get the dribble back and then dunk it on someone, right? That was the Richard Jefferson strat, right? I can't dribble more than twice, but I could still play. You know, I'm just taking 2 steps and dunking it. And it's like, you know, there's like things like that. People do that really well. Some people finish close at the rim. Some people are better shooters. And I feel like that's one of the major differences. But then it's like nowadays, though, because everyone's all around, everyone plays the same way. And it kind of feels like everyone's copying each other. So it doesn't feel like we're watching good basketball in that sense, because everyone's just taking threes. It just feels like whoever's hot's going to win that night. That's kind of what basketball has evolved into. There's no more like unique playstyles as much. Everyone's basically a carbon copy of each other. It's kind of wild. Like, you could argue that Paul George and Kawhi Leonard are arguably the same player. Same thing with Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown. It's kind of crazy, but it's like, you could argue that, and it's like, yeah, it's not wrong. I don't know, though, man. It just becomes one of those things, like, how do you really compare? I don't think it's possible, to be honest. Gary Payton, the glove? Or are you talking about the actual Seattle Supersonic legend, Shawn Kemp, that was better than Jordan? Oh, man. Shawn Kemp, the legend, dude. Gary Payton, the glove. His son's in the league. If you didn't know that. His kids plays basketball. Alright, we're just going to add this onto the main street. I typically don't like putting industry in the main street, but we do have an island here, so it's not that bad. Alright, so let's speed this up. We got to make the cache. I think we did the pipes here, right? Yeah, so we should be good, just to add in some residentials here. Dude, you know who was a legend on Seattle Supersonics? This is how you know if you're OG. Who knows this man's first name? His last name was Shrimp. Any of you guys remember that guy, man? Oh, dude. Did you hear the stories of Drazen Petrovic? That guy was gross, dude. You know what he would do? He was notorious for not showering so that the other players didn't want to touch him. So he would post people up and back them down, and he'd smell like shit. Like, I'm not even like memeing. There's a lot of NBA players that are like, oh man, Drazen? Man, fuck that guy. I hated playing against him. He would never shower. Anytime I played against him. And it'd make the players not want to like guard him, dude. I was like, what kind of strat? I mean, if it works, it works. But every time I hear that name, that's what I hear, and it's pretty funny. I think about that scene. Alright, that lines up right. Alright, this is just going to be a large curve then. You know what I found to be very hard? I was watching one of the analysts say, how come we, the people, can't talk about how great someone is without putting another player down? Why is it like that? You know what I'm saying? And then I thought about it. It's like, dude, it's hard. How do you call someone great and have like relativity? And it's like doing that gracefully enough that no one else's name is tarnished. It's kind of like, it's a lot harder than it sounds, kind of a thing. All right, so this is fine. No, I don't play sports. I just watch basketball. I used to play basketball in school back in the when I was a little kid. Chucking the basketball from my waist. 2-hand granny shots. Those were the days, man. Alright, we'll keep this clear. Favorite team, my Lakers. Oh, we're just talking about basketball. My team's the Lakers. And we're maxed out on power. That means I gotta build another one of these. Come on. There's the juice. Okay, we're gonna need another one. Unless we level up. Which is 42. Okay, I don't think we're gonna get it. I'll probably just add another one preemptively. Right? Because we're gonna need the power. The water probably needs to increase the budget as well. Alright, how's the landfill? 31%, that's not bad. 17 out of 3,000, not bad. Yeah, I don't care about the Clippers. They're there, but like, honestly, who really cares? Like, they're there, but they're like, yeah, it's whatever. I like it how no one uses this road, though. It's too slow, I guess. Yeah, no one's literally using this road. I guess it's faster to just go here. Dude, yeah, they are, man. Someone did the math, and the Clippers have played 35% of their games in 4 seasons as a fully healthy team. Only 35% of their 4 seasons was it that they were all healthy. That's really wild, man. Oh, I see you over there, Mean Wolf. Yeah, man, you guys don't mess around with the soccer, dude. You guys go ham with that stuff. I've seen the videos where you guys are just jumping on the stadium, and then the people in the seats below are just shaking, dude. I see that, I'm like, dude, that's crazy, man. You know what I'm talking about? You know what I'm talking about, man? I've seen that, man. I was like, yo, that ain't safe. Nope. Nuh-uh. That stuff is crazy, man. Oh, okay. So we got to do it like this. Oh, and then I could go back all the way around, and it's nice. Nice, okay. Yeah. I don't know why you would think that would be something cool to talk about. You gotta be better than that. Jesus Christ, man, what is wrong with you? Take some time and think about how stupid you were. Alright, so we gotta expand a little bit of this area. And I probably should go down this way. There's a little bit of water coverage we need to do over here. Alright, so we have a little bit of commercial demand. Everything else is okay. Everyone just wants jobs right now. But the terrain's kind of bopping me. Feels bad, man. Oh, I could terraform. Oh, it's time, boys. It's time. Oh my god. Okay, so this is 229. 230. It goes up. You know what? I'm not even mad. It's 2 meters. I just need to push this back. Alright, so this is lines. Nice. Okay, that doesn't really... Oh, I have to force grounds. Here to here, 17. Here to here is 6. So I need 11.4. Perfect. And then this should line up. Perfect. And then we should have the curve here. So we'll do an extension line so that we could get the dotted lines to come out the other side. There we go. And then this is fine. We'll have to remove this later ourselves. Okay, so then we'll have this here. Of course, this is going to get removed. It's a weird ramp. Okay, that lines up. Oh, busy town. Nice. Got the next threshold. So I probably don't want to do this. But I'm thinking about adding a street connection here. I think that's bad. But if I do it there, if I don't do it there, the next line is here, which is better, but I still wouldn't want it there. So I think we'll keep it so that the industry comes in from this street pocket, and then we'll have a separate line on this side. Alright, we're going to run this line. 11, 12 pulls out this way. 1, 2. Wait, I don't think I'm zoning on the top half. Oh, wow. That means it ends up looking like this then. Like it has to. Yeah, because if I don't zone on the top half, because I am not really planning on doing so, if I do it, it should be a single line. Literally just coming out of here, going straight, parallel with the road. I guess we'll have a couple connections to make that legit, but that's like a really weird setup. Alright, so we do need like $100,000 in order to replace this with a highway. And to build small interchanges that we would need to, so we'll have to wait on that. So this would probably be our next industry zone. I'd probably want to zone them along this strip though. Makes a lot of sense. So let's actually get an extension line, same thing. Since this is hugging the curve, I actually don't need a measure. There we go. And we delete that. Four-lane street down this way and going across. That's good. Let's get the pipeline out. Okay, this comes out this way. This comes out this way. I probably want to go through like this. And then... yeah, okay. So we'll have to do the same thing along the 4-lane road, pulling out these pipelines. Shouldn't be too bad, though. Gotta have nice pipes. Alright, not bad, not bad. So we're just gonna get some industry here. That should be good. So we're just gonna do this much because I don't know how much that actually is in visual space. Alright, commercial seems to be okay. Let me get some more over on this side. Because they're gonna need some commercial anyways. Looks like we need some more residents, so we gotta expand this out. Alright. Let's go with a 22. This is gonna be a 44. Alright. Good stuff, good stuff. Residentials. Do we have the pipes here? Alright, very quickly. We could do that and get a good amount of people moved in. Alright, good stuff, good stuff. It's coming together. It's very, how do I say this, geometrically shaped right now. It's not really looking amazing. And this is looking like a new freeway connection here. I probably shouldn't have it. I don't need to split traffic yet. What we could do instead, just overpass the 4-lane to go over the highway and then go over to the other side. Because I do want industry, right? But then I probably want double routes. Makes a lot of sense that we would do something like that. Okay, another thing is that this is in the way. Let's get rid of it. Sometimes you gotta push down the terrain. Okay, so let's delete some of the rocks. And we're out of water. Power should be good, right? Because I did add another one. Oh, does that mean we have oil? Oh, we have oil. Let's go, boys. Oil is here. Sweet, sweet oil. Lord, oh Lord. We got the oil, boys. Alright, so we got the oil power. That's a lot. Good amount of juice. Dude, they zoned in. What the hell? Dude, this demand's insane. Alright, parks and recreational use. Free Wi-Fi. Book fair. Yes. And then once we have it, we're going to do educational boost and educational blimps. And now we're waiting for these two. Nice to have you back. Welcome back, Nick Boro. Yes, we are back. We were back into the cities, and we started a new city today. How are you, though, Mr. Nick Boro? Hope you are doing well. Hope you're having a good week so far, and hope you're ready for the weekends. Alright, the demand is down. That's kind of good. So we should have better distribution with people going this way, people going this way now, because there's going to be jobs here. So I think that's going to be okay. We could try to set up this interchange right now. Let's see. Oh, wow. They want more people to work here. Okay. We got you guys, if you guys want to work. Okay, so... more water issues. Okay, so that's actually a budget thing. Power's good. We might need a second water pumping setup. Okay, so the outlet needs to be here. Alright, we can live with that. Alright, so we're going to bleed out a little bit of cash because I don't want to manage my budgets. You know what? I'll manage the budgets, Thug Life. What? Are you not getting power or something, buddy? There we go. Alright, so power got cut in half. Wow, we're still really good. And then same with water. Yeah, we're probably good for the expansions then. Alright. Still have industrial demand. What is going on here? Not enough customers. Really? Okay. Alright, so we do have high schools now. I'll probably want to use some of those. We'll put one over here. Backside. It's probably going to be pretty good. And then we'll probably need a second elementary school. Yep, we need another one. That'll be just right here, by the back. 1, 2, high school right there. Should be good to get it started. Alright, so we lost a little bit of money by building those buildings. Feels bad. Good news is that we can still zone. And we probably want more commercial. Yeah, I think this becomes one layer due to how there's a double layer here, and that's more than the residency. So this should mean I should be safe to do that. And I probably have the same thing here. So far, so good. We're in the green. Our goal at the moment is we're going to try to hit small city. Small city gives us the small business and big business benefactor and enthusiast. It's really good. That is probably the only policy that is required in this game. Everything else is kind of like, it's up to you. But once you get to small city, you want to turn that on. That's the easiest way to make money in this game. And what I mean by making money is actually making that cash. It'll go up to be about $10,000 positive. Something like that. Alright, first we're going to get a park. Might as well get some green space in, fill it up temporarily. I don't want to wait until I get to park life unlocked. We won't do that. And we still have jobs. What is this, man? These guys really love to work or something. Like, my god, man. My god. They just all keep wanting jobs. Alright, so that means my industry zones, it's, you know, not large enough. Alright, we're gonna have to add a second layer. This is the line. We're gonna have to bop some industry. Feels bad. Feels bad for that guy. Alright, so we have to line up to here. And this is already good. So this is pure curve. We'll run it off of this. There we go. You see it light up. Alright, so that's going to be your second line. I believe... Oh, that doesn't line up properly. Oh, wow. That is because this is a weird line. I'll probably just live like this then. So we'll probably pull out an extra slot here. And go straight down like that. Yeah. Alright, so this means that I need this. Oh, big town, let's go. One more step before small city. That's also another infusion of cash. I don't know if it's worth it to do the highway right now, though. That's the only thing. Because the thing is with this is that I don't know if I have enough money. Highways are expensive, man. Be like that sometimes. Alright, so I want to basically move this pipe lower by one. And then get the good spacing to do the pipe coverage. Now I could just leave the middle pipe, but it's cheaper for us to actually delete it because of the upkeep costs. So a lot of the times you want to delete the things that are not really helping you out. Now, of course, you know, with how I do the pipes, that doesn't really make sense, right? Are these guys actually? No, this guy's struggling a little bit, okay. So I do need this. Alright, but everything else could be deleted. Wait a second, yeah. And then this revolves backwards. There we go. And then we get better piping like that. Alright, so now we get the second layer over here. And let's do the inside. Alright, that should be a lot of jobs. Hopefully that's good enough. Okay, so now that the city is here, we're about $100,000 in. And we do need more development, more or less. And I want this development to go a little bit deeper in. Let's start setting up the highway, though. Let's start setting up the highway. So we know it's going to be something like this. Right? Because of how the highway distance is always at 80 right here. Because if I do this, that's 80 construction costs. That's going to just be the same. So this basically pulls straight out. And then we need an interchange here. And then, of course, this pulls out to the other side. So here to here is a 200. Okay, that's good. So here to here is the same. All right, so what is a very good design? We could go with the classic cloverleaf that we always spam because it's very strong and I honestly can't be mad about it. It's a very strong interchange. I think the only thing is we might lose this pocket as a result. Oh, I see what I do. So this is a 10. Does that mean this is a 10-10? Oh, it should be 10-11. Oh, I see where I do this wrong. Okay, so I think this is correct. No, it needs to be 15. No, I guess we could do 5-5-5. 5-5-5-5. I mean, that works. So we'll do a 120, so that's 6. Let me mark that. And then this becomes a 5-5. This goes and connects into that. Yeah, okay. That's kind of the play. So we want to go here to here. That's not right. You sure, Grandpa's? How do you know that, Grandpa's? Are you sure about that? Have you seen it before? Because he was not repeat on my stream. Or is he saying that on another stream right now? Wait, Grandpa's, how do you see all this? What the hell? Sure, do it on Discord. Because I think you're just lagging. Alright, so this does have to go. Feels bad. Alright, we'll move some of the citizens really quick. There we go. Okay, so this pulls out. This pulls out. And then the pipelines. I sent it. Alright, I'll check it out right now. I see you, Grandpa's. Let me check this out real quick, you guys. Wait, I don't see that though. What the hell? How come I don't see that? I don't think you're right. I think everything you're saying is completely false. Because I see what the deleted messages are and they're not double messages. So none of what you said is actually like you basically just mislooked it. How do I say it? Yeah, you were doing something else when you made that, right? Yeah, so yeah. Nothing you said actually makes sense. No, I have it. He did not repeat anything twice. I have the messages. That's the thing. I have the messages. Even if I delete them, I see what the original message is. None of it was repeated. And if there was double, I think you might be lagging. I don't know. Grandpa's, just stop. If anything, we'll talk about this on Discord later. But this is nothing good to talk about during stream live because it's never going to be productive. It is never going to be productive. All right, so we kind of have a bare bones set of what we're going to want to do here. So we're going to do a cloverleaf setup. We're going to do a ground to ground setup. And that means we're going to have the 4-way road right here go underground. So, you know, we got to do what we got to do. It's going to have to do the thing. I think we're going to go over instead of under. Just because I don't want to do tunnels. So let's pause. Let's delete this. And then we know this goes across. And that we know that... Oh, this is not correct. Oh, I did bad math. Okay, we got to do this over. Guys, I'm sorry. I did bad math. We got to redo this. All right, so this is not the off-ramp. This is the actual highway. So what we need to do is add another line here. That's actually what we needed to do. Oops. All right, so this is the center. And then from the center, we want to go 6, 5, that's 11, right? Yeah, so it's 11 and then it's here. Right, so from here we want a 5. And then we have a 5, 5, and then this is a 6. 5, 5. And that's the design we want. Okay, that's good. And then we gotta do the same thing here. So it's gonna be here. 5, 5, 5, 6. There we go. This is an interchange, believe it or not. From here, I'm just gonna ramp. I know I should do this. But at the same time, I know it's probably better just to do this. Oh, would they give that to me? Let me check. So it would be like this. And then let's argue that we don't need a 4-lane. We'll just use a 3. So we go to a 3-2 setup. That allows me to have more space here. Does this mean I could do something like this? All right, so the snapping is the problem, right? Oh, this is perfect. This is like the setup. Oh, they don't give it to me though. Okay, so I think I could force this like this. Oh yeah, but then that's not a proper. Okay, I gotta use this then. All right, so we have to overpull it because of the snapping rules. And then from here, we'll go back down. Right, so we want to go like that. Now, there's a problem with this. It's right here, this intersection. Because of how I want to do it, I gotta shrink this. I don't think the game's gonna give it to me though, because ideally I do 5, and then it's a ramp. I feel like that looks absolutely ugly. The only other way to do it is to expand this setup. All right, we'll take the ramp and just take the L. Let's see how that looks like really quick. So this is going to be a two-way highway, right? Right here and right here. This is going to be a 4-lane road. All right, we got to upgrade that. And then this does its thing. That's cool. I don't think we'll have this connection for now. It'll be just a two-side setup. This might be too close at the same time, to be honest. Oh, I see a different design that we could do here. That works out pretty well. It'd be kind of gross to do, but I think it's worth it. And it'll make this more of a unique interchange. Alright, either way. So let me skinny this into the small 4-lane. I want to see if this is okay. And then we'll do the proper 4-lane on this side. Right? And then we're going to have this here. Now, a lot of the times I want the island setup. So we'll just upgrade this to the proper road anyways. So we'll do it like this. Keep the island. That's what I want. So it's going to either look like this or this, depending on which road we choose. And then what we have to manipulate is this part. So the problem with this is we want to actually pull everything back and make a 0 angle. So typically this means 20 all. I'm sorry, I said 20. 0. Everything straightens out. And then you get a little bit of a turn angle. Right turn, and then it's straight. Because of how it doesn't line up, I think this is going to be better. So we'll take the 20, 0. Same thing over on this side. This is pretty good. I probably want these two to be like 25. So that the turn angle is a little bit easier. Right? Because you make a right, they make a right. This is a dedicated straight. And I think because of how that's forced flat due to the node controller, that's pretty good. So we'll take that setup. So, oops. Garbage. I accidentally made a false node there. Feels bad. Alright, so we just got to do that. Make the upgrade. And I should be fine to delete both of these. We're going to node controller this and make this a middle node. Feels bad that we don't get the pillars, though. That's the only downside. I might be able to put it in, though, after we're done. Alright, so this is fine. That's going to be the setup. There might be a slight modification on this side, though. And then we got to do something similar on that side with the interchange. We'll probably have to change it up similar to this, but we want to finish this one first. So this is a highway to ground setup. I'm actually okay to keep the game running at this point if the 4-lane is built. That's all that really matters. And then let's do the other things. So let's do the upgrades here. Oops, that's supposed to be the upgrade. Here, here, here. And then we need to bop the corners. And then this is a 5 curve. We gotta adjust the speed limits later. Right now the speed limit is probably debating us hard. Alright, we have a rounded setup. Basically square box. We want everything to become a middle node, if possible. We don't want disconnected roads like that. It looks ugly. Ruins the curve angle slightly as well. Alright, so that's good. So from here, we got to measure back into the highway. We know that the middle lane right here doesn't exist. And then we need some distance before the next one, right? Okay, so we're going to measure out this side. Right, because this is going to be the highway, you know, no arguments there. This to this is 9. This to this is 10. Okay, so it's here. I don't know how he did that. There we go. And here, so that's 10. Nice. All right, so from here, we're going to use a easy 1, 2. We're going to turn off anarchy, and we're going to go with a 1 to 140, sure. 1, 2, 140. We'll do the same thing on both sides. So same thing here. This is at 8, 9. This is 10. All right. 1, 2, 140. All right, that's gonna be this setup. And then this is gonna be the highway. All right, and then we'll have to have another one on this side. Most likely. Gotta have to have that centralized highway design. And then eventually connects to this. I should probably have this cross and then come back. That would probably be like a better design. Or maybe cross and then go over to this side before coming back and making the connection so that we have more space for building. Because if we want the industrial area that's right here on the... Oh, shit, I have trash issues. Oh, shit, the trash is filled up. Yo. I'm messing up. Guys, we're gonna bop this. Nobody saw that. We're gonna replace it. Totally legit. 2 legit strats, even if it's illegal. Alright, that's all my money. I hate incinerators. They use up all your monies, and I can't do anything about it. And I still don't have enough. Ah, man, why did I build an interchange? This is not good. No, I'm losing cash. I need to hit 8,500. Creative use of game mechanics, yes. It's all about the creativity, right? Yes. 100% of the time. Alright guys, I gotta pee really quick. I'll be right back. Don't worry you guys, it'll be very fast. Guys, we are back. We are back. Mamba's still outside. He's doing good though. I was checking up on my kitty cat. Got some water. Had to use the restroom. I apologize for the small break, but we're back, you guys. Back to the city. Let's get it in. So we have even demand, but I don't have the monies. Oh, now we're getting jam-packed over here. Yeah, we're gonna really need this. I do have a $60,000 loan we could take. There's also the zonable space here that we could temporarily use. Yeah, I mean, we're far enough away from the citizens that it shouldn't really be a problem. Feels bad, man. And then we need more residents in general. Okay. So we'll have to focus the monies on making residential roads right now. There's nothing we could really do about that. Okay, so we're gonna go out for the 22 lanes, come down, so that we have the good space to grid. And then we gotta make sure the pipes look good. Let's get some residencies. Water is good. Technically speaking, this should be a double layer of commercial. I think in every case. So we'll get these in. Alright, that should be a good amount of the demand. We just gotta wait till we stack up the monies. Almost got it, man. Once we unlock that, we're gonna have so much cash. Ugh. We really need to deal with the entrance, though. We really, really need to. Alright, can I afford to make some upgrades already? Because this would be a 2-lane. Okay, so I would have to anarchy this. This goes the other way, of course. Okay, this goes the other way. And then it should be a 3-lane. Okay, so after that, there's a terrain height anchor point thing with how the middle line was and what the actual terrain height is. We'll have to be weary of that. But it looks alright so far. Alright. And then this should line up. Nice. Alright, that's good. And then this should be removed. And the terrain is flat. Nice. Okay, so we did it. That lines up, that lines up. So let's make the connection over here. Oh, I should do it this way so that when I upgrade the roads, I don't have to change it later on. And then this should be a 3-lane highway. Yep, messed up right here. That's gonna be the highway coming in. I believe I will do this so that if people go through the highway, they just do a U-turn. Or we do the second one on this side. Because I want to do this one and connect it. I'll probably have to do a better trumpet as well. Yeah, I don't have the monies for that yet. And then I also don't want this to be the main entrance. I mean, actually, that's not bad. The only problem is that a lot of the industries right here, this will always become the better path, though, because it's a lot shorter than going up top. Maybe we could live like that. Just have this be a bridge. We wouldn't need the walking path anymore, because we wouldn't have an entrance here. That's probably, honestly, the play. Alright, let's not have that. Let's make that a 3-way. This is fine. Yeah, I think that's going to be what we have to do. So let's delete the walking path. Feels bad for the citizens on there right now. We're going to have to delete this. Delete that. And hopefully we have enough cash. Here, here, and here. Looking good. Alright, so this is 1, 2, 3. Okay. Now, the problem with this is I don't like that, but I think we'll just keep it. And what I mean when I say I don't like that, I don't like how you turn into something on an angle like that. You know? You're going downhill and you're turning into something. That's like, it's gonna be tough. All right, so now you exit out down here. Ah, we got to do this. Okay, so first things first, I believe it's 20. I said 20. 0? Whoa, they just went backwards. Jeez. Can we do 25? That's probably the play. And then this is 20, and then 25 on these two. 20, 25, 25. Alright, that's the play. I have to ban crossing the street here, I think. And then, oh, they're making lefts right here. That's not actually supposed to happen. Alright, so we need to do this. Alright, so the reason why we do that, because this design, if you want to go that way, you're supposed to make a right. That's actually how the design's supposed to work, so we're just fixing it. Now, the next thing we have to do is a speed limit transition. So, where we're coming in here, it's 80. So, of course, that's fine, but going down to here, that should not be 100. So, this should probably be a 70, 60, and then 50. We need to have a gradient on the transition. And then everything else should be alright. Alright, so I know there's no pillar here. We're actually going to try to do that. It seems a little bit weird, but I think I should be able to do it. We're going to node controller this to this. And then we're going to get more space, which is going to allow us to put a pillar there. Sometimes you got to do what you got to do. Also lines up the road so they look nice. So we can't complain about that. There we go. There we go. So that should allow for the pillars. Let's see if I could force some pillars to spawn. Yep, it's the middle one, of course. And I want to over drag like that. Oh, there's still no pillar. Wait, what the hell just happened? Wait, what the hell is this? What the hell just happened? Yo, what the hell is this? What happened to my bridge? Why did it get warped? Dude, what the hell is that? Alright, so let's put this back. Pause. Something's broken here. Alright, so this was 1120. Alright, so this is a thing because I need to be in dirt road form. Otherwise, the snap's going to be impossible. That's what I need. That's the second part. This needs to be pulled out. Alright. And then we upgrade this back. Force ground. Force ground. It looks straight. I don't know why that looks so bad. Alright, looks like we just can't get pillars. Oh god, that's unfortunate. Okay. So now it's a floating overpass. The only other thing I could do is to put a pillar in the middle, but that fundamentally kind of fucks with the game. Alright, let's see if we could force it. I don't like how this one lines up differently though. Feels weird. One, two, three. Yeah, this looks like it's better. Yeah, so I had to do it from the other way, huh? Okay, interesting. Line that up. Upgrade this. Upgrade that. And then this is the weird part. Not enough money. Oh, fam. I again am asking for your support. With a cup of coffee, $5, we could finish building this highway. God damn it, man. Alright, let's take the loan. Alright, so we have the pillar there. Where's my pillar, dude? Where's my pillar? Do they just not like giving me pillars? Oh no, it's there, it's there. Ah, yes, let's go. I was mad for a second. Alright, so we should be good, and I should be able to just delete both of these. Oh, okay, that's fine. That should be alright. Okay. I want to say it's fine. I want to say it's fine. Oh yeah, another thing is that this connection wouldn't exist. The reason behind that's because we want to right turn first. Oh, there's bad design right here. Alright, we're just gonna translate from this island to the other one right here at the street intersection. This is a straight, the perpendicular goes the other way, it's fine. Alright, so this means that the local traffic here does not have to compete with the residential traffic. I mean, the highway traffic that used to exist. So now that it's separated, I don't need a walking path. They just walk on the bridge, and the cars go straight to where they go to. So because of that, the highways are no longer backing up, because they get to go exactly where they need to go to. It's not too bad. It's not too bad. Alright, so with that, we need to kind of stack up the cash and continue zoning. I'll probably need another interchange at some point, go up and down. But for now, we're just going to be adding in some more residency, or at least we should be. We got the people wanting to move in. So let's see, we're going to pull it out by 22. This is going to be enough for 2 grids. Everything lines up because of that. Run the parallel lines, and then we get our box grid set up. As you could probably tell, we're trying to be a little bit more on the frugal side. We don't have enough monies to really go all out with the road designs, with the highway designs. We had to get to small city first. Sometimes you have to be the city yourself. Oh, I'm missing a street here. What the hell? Alright, that moves in, they move in. And then the pipes should be better this way. There we go. All right. So the one thing we could do is make it so that it's a dedicated turn lane, so they could separate the lanes early. But for now, this is all right. It's handling all the traffic flow. Everything's moving. There's no stoppage. 95%. Doing pretty good. You want flow. You want movement. And you want nothing to stop. Okay, this is getting kind of bad, I guess. All the left turns into here. Well, I mean, yeah, it's true. It's either you left turn here or you don't get one at all. Yeah, I could see that being a problem. So that means everyone has to turn in here as a result. Oh, and then they don't have, okay. They don't have a straight lane, so we have to give them a dedicated turn lane. And I think I could do this here. There we go. Not bad. Let's make this a connected island design. Because it's right off of the interchange. I don't want this to slow down. So I want this to flow. And then this way, people going straight, they basically have their lane still. Oh man, traffic's backing up. Oh, that's not good. That's not good. Okay. That probably means I want an early access setup. We can have early exit and then enter from the back. That honestly is probably what we would do. We would reduce the amount of traffic here by a lot. Now the thing is that I actually don't want to do that design. I want to do that specific design. Everything's looking good though. Traffic's going away, so it's not too bad. I guess it accumulated while we were trying to make the upgrades, and now that the upgrades are there, it's handling it. So I would say so far so good. The only other thing we would want to add in here, potentially, it's a walking path, and then stop the citizens from crossing the street right here. Right? Because them crossing the street's going to cause the cars... Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa! Oh, they did the elite... Oh, because I upgraded, they bought the markers. Come on, man. Not like this. How are they gonna do this to me? Yeah, we'll just do it like that. Oh, this is also compromise on the node. Okay, so this is 20. I don't know why that changed. I probably had to upgrade something that caused that. Alright, so we want the connected island so that you could make the turn to go out that way instead of making a left. That's always going to be better, since we don't have to worry about merging, crisscrossing, going against traffic, things like that. So that's going to be pretty good. Potentially getting that walking path from side to side is also a thing. But I feel like if we do that, they just cross right here, and it's the same problem. Because they're crossing from outside to outside when they want to go inside. So the issue is that they're always going to be crossing the street, unless we drop them off on the inside. Which is still a problem, slightly. You're still going to have citizens crossing the street right there. That should be alright, though. So when do we get to this? 84? 85. Okay, come on. Once we get to that, we'll have all the money in the world and be able to build everything we want. Alright, so I guess while we're waiting for that, let's might as well just try to help that out. So let's add in another part of the grid. This honestly, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then I put another half square, it goes to 5. That would be the same distribution as our last city. Actually, if I do this. This would be the same distribution as our last city in terms of how wide we had it. And that worked out pretty well. But it'll basically look like this. This comes out, we put another one of these here. And then we potentially pull out a little bit of extra space here on the center setup. Or curl it out this way. Either way, I do want that split. A lot of the times, that's going to be pretty good. Okay, so terraforming. This is actually pretty good. Couple of bumps here and there. Not too bad. That's why we wash our face, to remove the pimples. Just gotta clean it up. Looks good. Okay, so this is gonna go across. We'll probably just build the same thing, and then this goes through to the other side. I don't know how we're gonna do this path going up the hill. That's probably gonna be a little bit later when we move the industry over. Okay, so with that, let's just get the residentials moving in. Could I avoid the pipeline and just do this? I'm not even mad. They gave it to me. Alright, and then chances are we're going to have some street connections on the side. Of course, we're going to have the commercials on the main street. And then this probably pulls out more. I guess the question is, does this pull through? There's no incentive. This could go actually to the other side. This hits the river at the widest part. It would not be wise to have this go through. So we'll probably just keep that as a T. And then what actually makes a lot of sense at this point is doing a perpendicular curve. So basically how this is a perfect cross, we're going to want to do the same thing here. So when we enter into the freeway from this section, I want to readjust this so we run parallel with the freeway, and then we get a cross right here as a result. So bam, 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 straight down. And then we get the cross about right here. And then that becomes a freeway entrance. And then this would continue down. And I think what would make a lot of sense is another entrance here, 2 ways. And then this would connect to that freeway. And then we'll have like a small pocket here probably. Goes up to this side. Yeah. So this is probably pretty good. And then we need to do an adjustment here. I guess the only question is, does this continue straight all the way? Because we could technically curl it this way. And then go like that. Oh, there it is. Okay. Y'all want to see some magic? Right now we're making 3.6. Right? That's how much? 3.7 per week. We're just going to click on both of these. And we're not going to turn the other ones on until we need it. And we're just going to let the game run on 3x speed without doing anything at all. And watch the money stack up until it hits the ceiling. We're rich, baby. 7K already. Doubled up. 7.6. 8K. 8.2. We stacking up the money till it hits the ceiling, baby. Y'all know what it is. Make it curve beautiful. I'll try my best. The curves could be nice. Because what I'm thinking is, if I curl it... Where's my dirt road? I'm thinking about curling it this way. And then run this flat. And then I want this to curl in this way. Right, so this goes into here. And then this basically becomes this. And then this street kind of ends. And then from here, we curl it like that. And then it goes all the way in. And then it goes perpendicular. And then this crosses that at the bottom. That's what I'm thinking, though. If we do this straight, this runs parallel with the highway, which is fine. I just don't think it's as nice. Alright, so before I do this, though, there was an interchange I wanted to redo here. And we're already at $100,000. Let's go. We got the money, boys. It's time to make the nicer interchange. Yep, we're probably going to need it. A little bit of traffic right now. Alright, so the change of the interchange here is due to the fact that this interchange is too close to this highway. Honestly, this main road should be a little bit more to the right. But because it's not, we're going to change this up. Now, of course, the design for this is going to be a little bit weird. So we're going to have to do this on the side first to see if we could make something. So this is a 11 setup. Whoa, okay. That's a weird setup, but sure. So my setup is 11, 11, 13. So it's not actually centered. So I do have to delete this street from the get-go. Okay, so let's just redo it at 11, 11. At the top of the 11, we have the entrances right here, which is a 120. Right, and then this goes 5, 5. Of course, this goes straight. And then this is our entrance, basically. Here, here, here. And then it goes to here. There's no merging issues here, so that doesn't really count as an intersection. Right, because it's not like they make a left. The only thing is the citizens crossing. That's a problem. So... I think we're going to use a roundabout, and I think because of how this is set up, right, it's going to be a 5. That's honestly how this is set up, right? This is the setup. We got the highways, so we want to do a roundabout. So... if I do a 140, that is the minimum size so that we get the corner node here in the middle. Otherwise, it's a 13, 7, 13, 19, 25. I probably have to use this one. Now, if we were to think about this, we would have 5, 6, 7. Right, so this is a 7-point round. Right? And then those are all the nodes. So I want a 4-lane connection here. I want a 4-lane connection here. I want a 4-lane connection here. And then these are freeway entrances. Right? Dude, that's a lot of entries. That's a lot of in and out for this roundabout. This is effectively a half dumbbell, half cloverleaf setup. This is such a weird setup though. Half clover, half dumbbell. Now the only thing is, do I get this connection at the bottom? We probably should and have that feed into the industry. Like that should be part of the industry. And I think we need to put like a separate line that's not off of the round to come up here. It would make a lot of sense. No, actually, because I don't have this being industry, this should come into here then. All right, so we'll probably use this design. So if I were to do that, 5, 6, 7. 5, 6, 7. Right, so that's my circle. That's my node. All right, and this is my spacing. So instead of having this be an intersection, right, we have a curl right here. So we want to see if we want to adjust this. This is the exact same spacing as we have over here if we were to build it. So we would pull this out probably by 5 because it's not a large road. And then we would have to do the curl here. So what is this? That's a 6. Okay, so that means this goes up and maybe we shrink this. So it ends up being maybe like this. 120. And then this goes down to 80. And then we get a 80 setup here. Right, so we get that. And then the design, it should look like this. Right, so this is a 4-lane. Well, we got to redo this so that the node controller later on works. Right, 4 directions, and then we got to have the slight round setup. Run that there, delete all this. This is a 80, this is a 120, and then we have the 80 curve. Pull that out, curve that in. So that's going to be how that design should look like. And then this is going to be a 2-way setup, right? Like this. And then this should look like this. I'm at a point of the game where I don't really care about my monies anymore. You guys probably noticed that because I'm not pausing. Because we're making cash. At this point, like me playing the game at 1x speed permanently is fine. Because we're always going to be making the monies. So we'll delete this right now, and then we want to see how this works on the node controller. Okay, so this is probably 20-0. This is probably 20-0. Everything works. This probably goes up to 15. 20-0. 20-0, 15. 20-0, 15. 20-0, and then 15. Okay, so this is going to be our roundabout. I don't like the markers right there, so we're going to clean up the textures. Oh, and these aren't one-ways. Oh, no, they are, just not going the right direction. There we go. Okay, so we're going to go to options, road color changer plus, small roads, remove crossings. There we go. Looks cleaner now. So we don't have those weird crossings anymore, and we can just line up the dotted lines, make this a little bit better. I see you, Achilles. I see you over there. Chill times. And of course, thank you for tuning in, you guys. Hope you guys are enjoying the stream. Of course, if you guys have questions, feel free to ask. I am happy to help. So at this point, right, that would be how that works. But then I feel like I need this too. But I feel like you can't have that. And you need to have this. But then what happens on this node? right? You have to leave. That means I need to be able to do this. And then here it's the same thing. I need to be able to choose up or down. And then this needs to be allowed to go to the bottom. Wait, no, that's not true. This doesn't matter because this could basically choose either or. There we go. And then that's a lane merge. And then we just do this. Does anyone know proper roundabout stitching? Am I doing it right? I don't know if my roundabout's correct, man. This looks kind of gross. Exit, left turn, wide exit. I think we could make it so that this one doesn't exit, but it's like I would want the rules to be the same on the roundabout, on the entire round. I wouldn't like to have like weird special rules for the specific exit. Unless that's just normal roundabout stuff, because I don't have one in America. We have some, I just don't have one in my area, so I don't drive on one. Because I'm thinking about it like this. If I make a right, I'm exiting to the highway. If I take the left turn, I could exit later. But then this guy, once he gets to here, he could exit again. I guess that's pretty good. Yeah, this is fine. I hope this doesn't jam up. That's really the only thing. Alright, so I like that design for the half. Alright, let's make the change. We got $177,000, so we got the monies. I'm gonna actually pause here because we're gonna be messing around with the cars. That's gonna be a problem, very slightly. So it's going to be here, here, here. Turn this off. We want a 140. This is delete. That's the center. All right, let's make a round. Let's go up this way, the other way. Bottom left, top right. Of course, this should line up, and then we'll have another road coming down. We don't have to make those connections yet. I don't think it's going to matter yet either way. And then I do need to delete this and that. This and that. Now, the other thing about this is I need to downgrade this so that later on when I do the trimming, it actually works. Now, what I mean by that, if you have two different road types, kind of like this, no matter what you do, you can't move the node exactly straight like that. Oh, you can. You see how it messes up the grid, though? So, a lot of the times, if you just downgrade it to the same type, when you need to do something like this, and move the node over, it's a lot easier that way. Which is why I do it. So now this is 120 as it should be, and then we could delete this. This pulls out. We want 80. Okay, this is just gonna be 10, 10. We'll just connect this. A lot of the times I won't want that to be a connection anyways. So we'll do it like this. And marker. So that forces the node to not relocate. And then this part's interesting because it's coming from a ramp. Hopefully it's going to be no problems though. Okay, so this should be a simple 80 curve. Yep, okay, so everything's working so far. Yes, so we got that. We could delete these. Everything is looking good. So now we get the upgrades in. So first things first, the two-way highways. Second thing second, we have the 4-lane road. The node needs to be a middle node, so it connects. This is going to be the same thing. Now we could delete this. This is going to be the same thing just because I have it already selected. And then the one-way roads. So we're going to be doing a setup like this. And to make it easy... Oh, I can't copy that, huh? Yeah, feels bad. All right, so it's 20... Oops. 2015. 2015 0. 20 0 15. 20 0 15. 20 0. 20 0. All right, so what we're looking for is this node space right here. None of them should be red. They're all green right now. And this is what I mean when I mean red. Like that. That's bad. You don't want that. Your cars forcefully slow down there, and there's really nothing you can do about that. So it kind of sucks. So we know how the stitching should work. It's basically like this, but we allow the top lane to always merge down. I think that's going to make it so that all the cars always take the left lane, to be honest. But it's fine. We just got to live with it. All right, so the last thing we got to do is the speed limit again. So 70, 70, 60, 60, and then 50, 50. All right, everything should be all right. All right, so we're going to have our half dumbbell, half cloverleaf setup right here. Fix some of the nodes. What's going on, Ace Billboy Hero? How are you? Oh, this is broken. We gotta go with this. And we gotta allow through traffic. Oh, these motherfuckers are walking on the round. Okay, y'all gotta stop. Y'all gotta stop, man. We gotta give them a walking path. Them's walking on the rounds is grand travesty right now. Alright, so let's not bop the walking path yet. We're gonna allow throughput. And yo, Ace Billboy Hero, thank you for the 38 months of streaming. No, man, thank you, Ace Billboy Hero, for being a long-time supporter. 38 months, man. Not a lot of people could say that. But yo, I see you over there, Ace Billboy Hero. Appreciate the long-time support. And of course, hope you're doing well on this Friday evening. Weekend's right around the corner. It's actually right here already. So hopefully, you're gonna have a good one, man. And thank you for the long-term support, Ace Billboy Hero. I see you over there. Are you excited about CS2? What do you think about the trailers? The trailers are all marketing ploys, not actually being marketing, right? And honestly, I don't want to actually watch any of the dev diaries. It feels a lot like I'm reading the... Have you ever read the Skylines 1 description of the game? It's eerily similar to the dev diaries in the verbiage and how they describe things. So because of that, I don't know. And I don't want to assume or infer anything from that. So I'm avoiding watching any of the dev diaries. I'm excited for Skylines 2. I don't care about any of the dev stuff because it's all to try to get you to pre-order the game. That's really all it is. Because the thing is that, like, there's a lot of good and there's a lot of bad with the dev diaries. And anything that has been considered bad that you see in the dev diaries has been extremely brushed up on, in a sense that, oh, why are you crossing the street here, man? These guys jaywalking. And what I mean when I say that is, what they do is, anything that they can praise them, they will. Anything that's criticized gets removed. That's what it feels like. So because of that, I just want to avoid that, just in general. So I'm excited about the game. The game just needs to come out so we could play it. But everything else is... I don't really care about. I just want the game, dude. Everything else doesn't matter. Here for the great streams. Appreciate you, Ace Billa Boy. Thank you for being part of the community. I think we could put a road here, but we just can't zone on the outside. That makes sense because it's a highway. Alright, so it looks like this is okay. The only thing is I think that I might want to use this to go up the hill this way. We'll do that a lot later, though. I don't want to put the industry and then a path up the hill for the rich people. It just doesn't really make sense. Alright, let's get rid of this. I think the people of chat didn't want this to go straight, and we were going to do like a weird curve, right? I believe the people of chat kind of wanted something like that. So let's do our best to make a weird design like that. So we want to snap this straight, and then we have this as well. So how we curve this is going to be based off of how we curve this. Oh. So I guess the question is, do we want to flare this out like this? So that when we go like this, it allows for a better cross that we could run the highway around. So that means we don't hug the highway anymore, which wouldn't be too bad. We would allow for better zoning on the side. That's probably the play, to be honest. That wouldn't be too bad. Pre-orders are why devs could put out low-quality, high-bug count releases. They don't put enough work because they already made their money. Yep, I am not a fan of pre-orders. I think I've lived through enough pre-orders. You know, No Man's Sky, Star Citizen. There's just so many things that were like, that has happened, that it's like, you know, you guys know that saying? Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice. No, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Right? That's basically what it is. Like, oh man, I've seen so many bad things. Fallout 76, another one. It's crazy, man. But there's a lot of games that are like that. What's going on, Dennis Noob? How are you? Hope you're doing well. Hope you are doing well, man. Happy Fridays, and hope you're having a good one so far. But yeah, things like that's the reason why I don't want to do pre-orders anymore. Wait till the game's released. You know what was funny? When Skylines 1, the trailer came out, people were super excited. Now everyone is looking at the dev diaries and going, why the fuck is this look like garbage? It's so weird, man. It's so weird. People are going, hey, dude, why don't we see this building that was in the trailer? Oh man, how come this doesn't look that nice anymore? Why does the water look different? Why does the sewage come out in pebbles and not flowing liquid? Like things like that. And then a lot of people were like, dude, that was a trailer on a different engine. He's like, oh, I thought that was going to be on the game. So it's like, it's weird. Paradox is doing everything that a money-grabbing company would do. A trailer in a different engine to make it look better, right? A lot of these teaser things like that here and there. So it's like, yeah, it's hard, man. It's hard for me to help them. Haven't you... haven't you a weird thing in your roundabout? How oncoming vehicles goes north. I am not sure what you're talking about. Hopefully, zooming in on the roundabout helps you understand. Yeah, I don't even buy them when they're all released now. I usually wait a week or two to see what the problems are. Yeah, honestly, man, it'd be like that. And another thing is like the mods. The mods are broke. The classic shenanigans. Wait, this is there too. Yeah. Dennis, I'm not sure what the question is, but I guess this works, right? Too many citizens, though. I gotta give them a bus or something. I think we are flowing fine. It's literally just the citizens that are the problem. I wait for games to be on sale these days. Yeah, honestly, that's what I'm planning on doing for Skylines 2. I don't plan on getting the DLCs when they come out. Honestly, I just don't think it's gonna be worth it. Oh, I see what I could do here to make it a little bit better. The problem with this is that the interchange is kind of close. I just realized that. The interchange would be kind of close. The incoming queue has... Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. I see what you're saying. I didn't actually add the second line here. There we go. That's where I didn't add it in. I mean, this one shouldn't need it, though. This one should be always exit this way. Always. Because if you exit here and you get both lanes, you could go here, here, or here. You go bypass that to go immediately to the last lane. So that should be fine. Good eye, Dennis. Good eye. I didn't even notice that, man. I didn't even notice that, but yeah, that's correct, yeah. That might mean, though, I don't need this lane. Same thing here. Because technically, they could turn from here to here. And then that removes one of the crisscrosses for the merge issues. We need this one, though, just due to how it works. And there we go. Alright, so I'm thinking we're gonna need something like this, right? And then we're gonna get this as a result. I probably do remove this or push it back. Because I want to curl this down, but then back up. Let's use this temporarily as the line we're going to actually run it off of. And we'll pull arbitrary lines here, just to see if things line up. So I probably have to do a weird curl and round system into this. Ah, man, that's pretty bad. I see you over there, Dennis. Yo, man, you gotta have good design. You gotta have good design. See, the problem with doing this curve is lining this up with this street is a lot harder. Right? Because even if I have that, this would mean that I'd probably do something like go straight. And then I probably have to do like a round, rounds. Well, not like that. Has to be like this then, right? That's what I feel like we have to do in order for this to actually like work. And I feel like this is such a weird design. Like, what's the point? Oh. Oh, that actually makes so much more sense. We could use this to go all the way down. And then this comes in and curves down into this to go uphill. Yeah. And then this becomes a small street that feeds to the back of the suburb. And all we have to do is design it so that the roads are redundant enough that this doesn't become a shortcut. So that I don't have citizens driving through the suburb area to get to the highway. Even though there's a highway here, right? And then they would have access to this going uphill. And then these guys come in this way. This would go straight through. This would come straight out. We would probably have a street come out this way, to be honest. Small street, probably live on the hills. A little bit of hillside housing. So this would be a 2-tier elevation. That's not bad. The early elevation's a little bit low. Before we go to the high elevation, it's not bad. And then by doing it like this, we would have to run a parallel and then run this out. Yeah, that's not bad at all. That is not bad. I like this idea. I really like this idea. I think what ends up happening is this comes in into another roundabout and then splits out like it's Paris. Gotta put the Paris 8-way roundabout into this, man. Only way to do it. I will do that. Now, the only thing about this is where this curve. I actually don't mind this. Like, it doesn't matter. Another thing is that we could move this a little bit more forward so that it lines up with this a little bit better. So that's what we have to figure out, exactly where we want this. Yeah, I guess it's fine. So if we argue that the design is going to be like this, well, let's look at it. The design is going to be like this, and then it's going to go straight, and then we're going to have a cross, and then after this, it's going to go like that. Right? That's basically what we have. More or less. And of course, we'll probably curl this out gradually until we run it perpendicular with the highway. Okay, that's cool. So by design, is there something that naturally fits in this really well? 4-lane and highway. So we could use a cloverleaf dumbbell design. I probably want to stay away from that though. I don't want to have it too repetitive. We could put something easy, like a single point urban, that actually works really, really well. Single point urban in this setup would be actually very strong. If we have this as a main highway and an SPY in the back as a secondary, I actually wouldn't be too mad. I would say that the cloverleaf, though, is a better design all around, because there's no problems with merging issues. The SPY is low volume, versus the cloverleaf allows you for more volume. The only other thing we could do is like a park low. That's probably not as good as this. Feels bad, man. And then anything else, it's a little bit too heavy. I do want this to go through, and I want a road going down this way. So this has to be a 4-way connection. I might just do a cloverleaf. Feels bad, man. I might just do a cloverleaf. Just because it's a lot better than SPY. And then I don't want to do a highway to highway design for a highway to road. Because we can have like some better high capacity designs, but they're meant for highway to highway. Given how you have individual lanes, one ways, reconnects like that. So we'll probably try to just keep this simple. Okay, so if we do the cloverleaf again, we do it over here. What's the midpoint overall in this area? 180 to 20, that's not bad. So in the grand scheme of things, we would have the highway here. We would have the one-way road off-ramp next to it. And then we would have to design based off of this. So we would have, let's do 6, 5, 5, 6. So that's the setup. And then from here, I would want minimum 5 units of space, and then we'll curve it out. And then this becomes a 180 curve. Oh, that's perfect. We could actually use this. Okay, that's not bad. So that means this is the highway. Typically after this, I would have won 10 units. And then we would do the 1-2 setup. Oh, you could see that's a problem, right? Okay. So I think we have to adjust this a little bit differently. So we know it's this line that we're trying to line up to. Okay, come on. Give me my dotted lines. What's happening here? 140, 340. Oh, that is not going to be good. Because that means this one is the even smaller curve. That's basically what I would have. And then I would probably, in every case, merge out a lot later. Like, we would probably run the one-way ramp like this. And then just merge right here. Like, honestly, that's probably the play. So we would run this one to get the merge, right? And then you would run that as the off-ramp. Highway goes down the middle. Greetings for the Netherlands. What's going on, Kill Bill? How are you? I see you over there, man. How's the day in the... Is the Netherlands the windiest city in the world? Anytime I see a video where you see like 20 miles per hour winds and like people are like walking and they're falling down and then they're on the ground and they're still moving because the wind's that strong, it's always in the Netherlands. I'm not gonna lie. That shit is always in the Netherlands. Does that mean the Netherlands is, you know, windiest city in the world? All right. Doing good, late as always, or Chicago. We have a lot of wind. I do hear Chicago is called the Windy City, though. That's true. I mean, that is the name of Chi-Town. So it's hard for me to be like, yeah, they're not windy. No, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. We have a lot of wind. Yeah, man. It's windy over there, man. It's kind of crazy. All right, so the highways come down, and then we're going to want to curl this back out. So the terrain's in the way. I want to keep as much of this as we can. So we need to try to MacGyver a perfect curve. I think I have the strat as well. We're gonna very arbitrarily... Well, let me do this first. We're gonna take a 10-point value here. And then we're gonna turn on the terrain height. Now, we're gonna use a weird strat. We're gonna use the top side because we want the curve to go up. And draw a straight line. We're gonna force ground here so that the value for the construction cost is proper. 1200 looks good. $1,200 looks good. So if I do this, this curve is not good enough. I need to have the curve be smaller. Alright, so we know this is a slight curve though. That's the thing, right? So this was... Wow, that was a small curve. I guess we could do that as well. We just have to find a slight enough of a curve. It's just that the angles are really tough to try to set up around this. Okay, so let's bring the terraform height to 29. Make sure there's nothing hidden on the terrain heights. There we go, there we go. The Netherlands is a county. Isn't that a country? Not a county, right? County is something smaller. $200. Is this good? Oh, this is not even a line. Autocorrect! It happens, man. It happens. Alright, so this is 10. And then that would be how that line connects, which, you know, we just have to take the values. So it would be here to here. And then this is what, 2000, that's not good though. I guess that means we have to go up early. Dotted lines are not helping. Yeah. 80. So here to here, here to here. What angle is this? So it's not perfect, but it's not bad. Okay. So we could fix that S-curve. Oh, that's what I need to do, right? I need to do an S-curve. Yeah. Let's make a wave curve then. Okay, so we need the middle setup. Alright, so we know this pulls out 10. That's going to be the base value I want to pull off of. Now, we could have this be larger, though. That's 10. We probably do want this to be a 15. Okay, and then we want a 600. Oh, but this is tough because this is not... How the hell am I supposed to do this? So, bam, and then I'm supposed to reverse the curve, but this doesn't look that great. Oh yeah, I know that game. What about it? I'm probably not going to play that game. I've seen it. It feels like... Playing that... I haven't played it. I haven't seen a lot of it, but it looks like the alternative timeline if City Skylines never got the community following that it did get. How the game would turn out. Because the thing with that is that it has a lot of things that I feel like, you know, you would want in a city builder. But the problem is that you don't have a big enough of a community around it to kind of help it grow. And that's kind of what it needs. So because of that, it's like, I don't think we're going to be checking that out. I don't know if I worded it correctly either, but it's like, it's something weird like that. Alright, so can I do something like this then? This is technically the S-curve. It just looks really weird. Because the angles are really jank. Alright, let's look at how this is supposed to work. Can you quickly explain your water setup? I pump water before I drain my water. You see the arrows? You always want your water pumps on the top side of where the arrows are coming down from, and then your outlets at the bottom. So this is the top, this is the bottom, because you can tell by where the water is flowing. That's it. That's it. Get the water, make sure you're in the green, put pipes down. That's all you got to do. It's nothing too special. Of course, this means that you do need a water source, so you got to watch where your water is. If you don't have water, you're going to want to use your water towers. Your regular one, and there's a large one. The thing about this is that this matters about ground pollution, right? So if you build a water tower right here, where there's a lot of ground pollution, your water is going to be contaminated. So you don't want to build it here. You want to build it in a place with no ground pollution. Of course, the water is different. That's why the outlet comes after the pump. Because you don't want to dump in poop water and then funnel that in for your citizens to drink, because they're going to get sick. So, that's how that works. I gotta let my kitty in. Give me one sec, you guys. Alright. Mamba's here. I think he wants his head rubs. He always does. But the Mambas is here. Hopefully he naps, but I think he just wants a little bit of head rubs. You guys hear Mamba? He wants us to give him his head rubs. You know how it be sometimes. Alright, so we need a midpoint. That's gonna be here. And then we have our setup. That brown bit looks like a big poopy poop. Hey man, it'd be like that sometimes. Okay, that is 60. This needs to be 80. And then we gotta do it like this. Alright, first things first, we'll take this one. That goes in like that. We delete this. Okay, something's not popping up. There we go. Alright, so this would be the wave curve we have. It's not an even angle, sadly. But it's the best we could do. Sadly, this is probably the best curve line we could do. The thing I'm sad about is that the turn angle is more extreme on the first half than it is on the second half. Kinda sucks, but it's fine. And then we gotta run this so that we could draw another line here for a perpendicular setup. Okay, so this might get trimmed. Because if this is here, I can't pull my 4-lane here. And I think that's kind of where I want it. Now, we could put it here. I just feel like it's too close to the edge. But if that does go that way, I think that could be fine. It's probably okay. So the first thing I should do is... Oh, fucked up. I'm fucking up. Alright, so we pull this to here. Looking at the terrain to see if it's actually correct. No, it was wrong. It was off by 1 layer. Okay, so that should be fixed now. Of course, we want to pull this back. You know how it be. So we're just making sure the flat level is actually where we want it to be. Mama just got some kibble. I hear you, baby. I hear you. Okay, so we see this right here. This highway, there's a good chance we move it over, right? Before we cross back on the river to go to this side, because we want the interchange on this side. And then we'll have to cross back over to this side because it's going to go up the hill. So we probably bop a lot of the highway here so that after this, it goes straight across. Oh, that might mean that... Should this connect to the top? That's an interesting design. We'll have to see about that. Alright, so we do the wave curve. And then... This doesn't have to be straight. But I want it to be straight. Is that weird? Like, in the grand scheme of things, this doesn't have to be straight. I just want it to be straight. They don't think it be like it is, man, but it do. Is there any other point of reference I could use? No, probably not. Yeah, we'll just use this. Alright, we're gonna try to have a nice straight line relative to the terraform. We're just gonna pull this as proper. And then we just want to snap to the 180. Now, from here, I think the line of choice is gonna be here. So we're gonna go straight and try to curl into that. Alright, so we would do this. And then this would probably be the bottom side connection. So this is a 460-220. Routine Sadness, I see you over there. Hope you're doing well. This is actually not as wavy as this could be. But I think this is fine. Yeah, this is probably fine. So this probably goes through. It's not supposed to connect, but this is where we want the 4-lane road. This goes through. So everything's grounded. Okay, maybe we could do like a weird design to make everything work. This is probably going to be elevated when we come back, to be honest. That would make this a lot easier. But I don't think they would do that. Unless the height's different on the other side. 229? No, yeah, it's about the same. So we might just have to cut through to go into the interchange. Oh, that's not good. Because that's going to mean that we have like no space before the interchange. Yeah, I want to move this a lot more in so that I don't have this at the interchange spot. Okay. The other thing we could do is, like I said before, don't actually make this straight. So what we could do is instead run the 4-lane kind of like this. It doesn't have to be this sharp. We could probably do something like that. And this could allow this to curl out earlier. Right? So we get this line. And then we have a lot more space before the interchange. That'd be pretty good. So we'll curl out earlier. Have that connect. And then the problem is this to that makes no sense. So this is probably going to be a weird S-curve adjustment as well. We'll probably have to just do some random stuff for that. I'll probably take this though. This is pretty good. Comes in from an angle, S-curve, and then we just do the design. So let's trim this. Let's look at the curve. So a lot of the times you want the outside curve to be a little bit larger so that the inside curve is not as sharp of a turn. There's no real rule of thumb outside of a 6-unit cost for highways. Everything else, it doesn't really matter because the speed's so slow that you actually don't lose that much speed. So basically this is a 10 value. If you guys are wondering what 6 value is, this is 10, 5, 6. So 6, 6. This is the smallest your turns should ever be. Actually, no, that's for a right angle. 5, 6, 6. This is, I think, the tightest you ever want your highways to be at if you keep the 80 miles per hour. If you go lower, you can make something sharper and smaller and tighter. But yeah, on normal speed, if you're playing console, that's probably what you want to follow. Otherwise, you're going to be potentially losing speed on the turn, which allows the cars to back up and accumulate because the cars behind them are moving faster. It's a little bit weird. I think it should be fine. So we'll do the 360, all right? So it'll be just like that. And that means we'll line this up, and then this becomes a 80. Now, of course, this is gonna be, you know, 4-lane road, you know, all the jazz. I think we're just gonna do something simple here. Nothing too convoluted. And then we'll have it go into the interchange. Huh, I wonder if that means I should do something weird here. Oh, dude, that's so smart. Oh, that's so smart. Oh, wow, yeah. I just realized that we have a better design. Okay. So, you guys were here earlier. I was talking about having residentials here, elevating this area and flattening it. So we have a 2-tier elevation, ground level, water level, first elevation, second elevation. And then we're going to have residentials, right? Living on the 2 tiers, 3 tiers, bottom 1, 2. And as a result, we were going to put a street off of this side to go up this way. Now I'm thinking, since this is flat, I could probably run an intersection here instead. Right? And then this could curl back down. Now, that basically means that I don't connect this 4-lane to the highway. We connect this one instead. No, actually, no, that's bad. That actually might be bad, never mind. That actually, yeah, actually might be bad. Because it's so close that I don't think it's worthwhile to do. If I have an interchange here and interchange here, I mean, it's kind of like this too. But that would make sense because of how this is probably going to be the downtown. Having another one here feels a little bit excessive. So the idea was if this went straight and we have another interchange here, and we could probably force it in. We could adjust this to be straight this way again. This would probably go over or under the highway. And then this would connect to that still, this way. So this curls out here. This would go out. And then we would get this connection. Is that worthwhile? The other option would be... don't connect this to this. Have this curl into here. And go through. Have this just connect to the highway. Trumpet this. So this doesn't connect to that. This goes low. This goes high. And we reconnect on this side. And there's a lot of things we could do with this, man. Really, there's so much we could do. So curl out. This comes in, no connection, over, under. This comes through, trumpet. Oh, this becomes a 4-way interchange, effectively. Because it's 1, 2, 3, and then 4. Which isn't too bad. Man, there's so many options. I gotta choose something though. We could make this, we know that works. This comes through that way. We have a connection on the back. This comes through 1, 2, 3. I mean, that wouldn't be bad. This comes back through. Highway to highway 3. Comes out curl. Maybe we don't need this. Maybe we just don't need this. That's kind of wild, but yeah, I could see why. Yeah. Let's go with that. Let's go with that. We gotta settle on something, right? All right. So from here, we gotta extend this because we want this to be a little bit longer for the interchange to be moved more to the left. Before we do a adjusted curve to run into the interchange. I believe I am gonna want this line. It's very arbitrary. It doesn't really matter where we pull it from. This is gonna be a highway connection. And then it's gonna pull out 80 and down. So now we need a midpoint thing. 400, 420. So it's basically to here. Alright, so when I do this curve, it is not on the elevation. That's pretty good. That is pretty good. Alright, so that goes like this, and then we have an interchange basically off of this. There's a plus here. Yeah. Howdy. What's going on, Mordax? How are you? I see you over there. What's good, man? I like that design. And I don't need this. That's actually pretty good. If anything, we could put some small streets here, I think. But I think this is going to be fine. Alright, so that means we're going to finish this right now. It's all good, just another day in paradise. Yo, man, is that a meme? Or are you actually in paradise, man? 99% of the people that say that are... They sweating, man. They sweating. I don't think I've ever actually heard someone use the word paradise and used it, like, to mean paradise. You know what I'm saying? All in all, life's good. Hey, gotcha, Mr. Mordax. Are you still doing the Dave the Diver? How's that? One, two, three. One, two, three. There we go. Nice. Floating bridge. We'll fix that. I believe this is what I need for now. We need some anchors. When you end... Yeah, that's the worst thing you could do, man. That's all I gotta say. You don't want to do that. That's how you... Yeah, that's not how you network, dude. That is not how you network. Not at the moment. Was playing Diablo 4, decided I'd rather chill than play an aggressive game. Wait, what? Wait, so Dave the Diver is an aggressive game? Wait, no. Wait. I'm confused. Wait, so Mordek, you're playing Dave the Diver because it's chill? Not playing Dave the Diver. Oh, so it's an aggressive game? Wait, really? Hold up. It's an aggressive game? I didn't know that. No, you were playing Diablo and that was the aggressive game. There we go. My bad. I think it's this way. And then it's this way. It's a chill game, but I choose to chill to you instead of playing Diablo. Gotcha. Yeah, I got it now. I got it. How you enjoying that, man? I heard a lot of bad stuff about it. There was a lot of like stupid stuff that I've been hearing. I hear you, Mamba. I know you just pooped. You're fine, baby. I heard that there was like an upgrade you could do to reduce the cost of, or to increase the amount of money that vendors give you when you sell items. And then I heard that it also increases your repair costs and also increases your enchanting costs. So it literally doesn't actually benefit you. I heard there was a problem like that, man. Oh, you missed when I said. I heard there was a glitch where if you get the upgrade to make vendors give you more money when you vendor items, that same upgrade increases the cost of repairs and enchants. Oh, my cat wants to go outside. I have to let him out. Give me 1 sec, you guys. I heard it was broken, man. Like, it is like, there's so many oversights that it's like, it's hard to categorize that as a AAA game. That's what I'm hearing, man. I don't know, though. Alright, give me 1 sec. My kitty cat wants to go outside. You might be hearing him yelling. I'll be right back. Welcome back. It's a seasonal blessing. Okay. So it's damn, I'm not even sure. That's like an upgrade though, right? Like you gotta upgrade that and it applies to your character regardless of where you're at. There are a lot of issues that need to be addressed, but because I'm not a hardcore player, it's not too big of a deal. Oh, interesting. Okay. I mean, if it doesn't affect you, you know, can't be that bad then, right? Alright, we're gonna bop 2. Yeah, this is probably fine. And then we're gonna do a no setup, 1-2 merge. And then 45. Oh, can I not use a 1-2 setup here? Okay, so I have to use a 3. That's fine. That looks pretty gross, actually. This one's fine, though, because of how it's an outside curve. But this is going to be horrible. Because it's like, I might as well just do this. Oh, the snapping doesn't allow me to slide. Oh, that's what I wanted. We'll just merge later. It's probably okay. With the seasons, it is a rep grind. As you reach certain tiers, you get ashes that allow you to choose certain buffs. Okay. How many buffs are there? I imagine there is more than one. That's pretty good. I could probably take that. And then we could merge to here, probably. That's a pretty good merge. It's... This is probably alright. I don't like how that bend is, though. I'm so mad about that. I hate that, man. Merging on a curve. There's like no real way of like doing it nicely. Oh, I think I have a strat. Okay. So let me do an anchor here. Alright, so this is an anchor. This is an anchor. So I want this to that. Alright, we're both here. And then I think it's 1, 2. No, I want road length. Oh, I just run a straight line. No, the game's not going to give it to me. Alright, I'm going to do something weird. We're going to add a straight segment to one of the areas so that I could merge. Big struggles, boys. Oh, man. So excessive. Alright, we gotta do what we have to do. Alright, that's built now, so this is somewhat ready. This comes out that way. Oh, is it death care issues again? Oh, my trash isn't even good enough. Alright, so are we good now? Barely. Let's add another one. And then after that, death care. Oh, I don't have crematoriums yet. Okay, we have to unlock this at 14. Okay, that's not bad. Cemetery is not even full, but all the hearses are in use. That means that I might need a second cemetery just for the more vehicles. One of the buffs simply increases your vendor trading. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So you get 5% more gold from selling things, but things cost 5% more. That sounds like that shouldn't happen that way, though. Because doesn't that just wash? So it's not really a benefit. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't sound that beneficial. There we go. This goes this way. There we go. Get 2 ways. Now we're at a right, and then this is a 2-laner. Delete the dirt roads, the random tree. This anchor should be good. Wait, did I get the pillar here? No, I didn't. That's fine. We'll just leave them like that then. Alright, so now there's nothing gonna warp it. Should be good now. Looks like a couple of the directions are incorrect. Alright, and then this is gonna be 3 laners. Good stuff, good stuff. Okay, so this goes that way, this way. So now we need to do a little bit of alignment. Let's delete these 2. This needs to be a middle node. This needs to be a middle node. I didn't really do these yet. Let's do these really quick. This looks like a 35-0. Very... Whoa, this is not 35. There we go. Let's go with a 35, 0. There we go. So they have an easier time with the merges as a result. And then we'll have to add the second one in here. Same thing. Now, of course, this is going to be node control at first. We'll do 2 at a time. And it's always the center line. All right. This one, this one, this one. Here to here. There we go. Not bad it seems. Vendor trash almost anything that is not legend or unique. I hardly ever need to use vendors. Gold is quite easy to accumulate. 10 mil by level 45. What do you even use gold on? Back in the days when I used to play Diablo 2, you would use gold on gambling. You would literally go to Act 5 and talk to this guy. And you could buy unidentified items from him with gold. And then sometimes you might get a like unique or something. Well, I guess you also use the gold to repair back in the day, but it's like... I don't think there was ever a situation where I couldn't repair. Not gonna lie. Repairs and chance with your upgrades. Okay, so it's not that bad. There we go. Everything got shifted so that the spacing's a little bit better. I could try to force a pillar in, but it doesn't want to come in. There's a special currency for that. It's almost entirely for re-rolling a stat line, for gambling, I mean. Oh, okay. Because I saw a guy try to re-roll his legendary. That's the video I saw. And it went from 7 mil to 8 mil. Was the difference in having 2 points into the vendor trading. So him re-rolling his... I think it's a legendary, and he was like level 70, cost 8 mil. So it's like you could only re-roll once. Because it doesn't sound like you could easily get that much gold. But yeah, I saw that. I don't know what that really means. I don't know if that's a lot of money either. But yeah, that's the video that was talking about the problem. And he did it live, right? He was already in-game, gets the upgrade, shows you the difference in costs. You could easily burn all your gold on 2 to 3 items. Wow. Really? Is there an easy way to farm gold? Oh, this motherfucker just crossed the island, dude. That's rude. You're not supposed to cross the... Whoa, whoa, you just... What the hell was that? Dude, these guys doing the mad illegal shenanigans. There we go. So I don't have to change this. This is a 1-to-1. Right? Nothing unique here. This might be a little bit half the setup though. That way they don't do anything weird here. And then let's go back to that 35 setup. Yeah, but how many times has he re-rolled it? My level 70 gear stat re-rolls start around 25. To get up to 7 mil, he had to do a lot of rolls. Oh, really? I am not sure. I don't know how that works. He re-rolled it once, I think. I think he re-rolled it once. But even then, I guess that's like a percentage scale. What's the increase from 7 million to 8 million? Like, what's the percentage increase of that? Right? Because that's like what? 1 out of 7? What's the percentage of that? Is that 15%? That's around 15%, yeah. So it costs about 15%, 10 to 15, let's go on the low side, 10 to 15% more gold because of the upgrade. I guess it comes down to, if you put 2 points, it's 10%. Okay, so it's a 10% increase in costs. Wow, yeah, 7 to 8 mil, dude, that's tough. That's tough. Hopefully, you know, he re-rolled it a lot of times, because, man, that's expensive, man. All right, so this is going to be the new road setup. 1, 2. We'll have to put another one here. It's looking pretty good so far, though. I'll have to redo this interchange, and then I want to have this go up to that side. And then, of course, we have a 4-lane go there as well. We do a interchange setup. Oh. Okay, so this becomes 4-way, goes across. Do I need this to go to this side? That's actually a great question. I don't know if I actually should cross anymore. It might be better if we do cross to make this the road and use a double trumpet setup. So keep this trumpet, have this go across, but have this trumpet over to that side as well. But make it so that the 4-lane road off of this side doesn't have full highway access. Meaning that only if they're coming from the industry side do they get all benefit, and then otherwise is they get a right turn exit, that's it. I probably won't give them a loop. I could just make this a 4-way interchange, though. Technically perpendicular from this goes like that. That's not that great. So I will have to curl it up. Oh god. Maybe I have to reroute the setup. Have this go straight out to relocate where the entrance is so that this comes out this way. Wow, yeah, that would work. You guys see what I'm talking about? If we move this so that this goes up and down here, so that the trumpet is over here, we could have the highway go this way, straight from the trumpet. And then have that go through this way with the 4-lane road. Get the interchange to go both ways. And then that's the industry area. And then this would come here, cross over to here, probably go here a little bit before crossing back over. Or maybe we even do like a large curve like this. And then it connects back to here. And then this would go here to here. Huh. That wouldn't be bad. That wouldn't be bad at all. I would have to redo everything and set that up though, but it would look really nice, I think. I don't think we could do that today. It's gonna take so many... it's gonna take hours, man. It's gonna take so much work. Because I would have to also need money, because we would destroy the bulk of our industry, and we would have to relocate it. So I think the best course of action is to try to expand this across first. So I should try to at least cross, right? Yeah. Okay, so we want to be the 229.40. Technically, that's kind of the height I want to be at. 229.20, I'm sorry. That's the wrong value I said. So we want to go here. And then, yeah, there's a slight terrain difference. But this is worth doing. Alright, we'll push out the edge here slightly. You want to do this a lot of the time, so you could always fix it later. This is what happens. We don't have terraforming from the get-go. You're going to run into these weird blemishes because you're trying to flatten the ground and there's some weird height differences. You could always just massage it so that you don't notice it. It's still going to be there, though. Just minor things, though. Minor things. Minor problems. Nothing too big. Yeah, it's one elevation layer in certain circumstances. But it's like you can't even see this. Like, it just looks flat. Nah, that's fine. So, this looks good. We want to have this go straight. Go to here. Alright, we're going to pre-flatten this now, because we can. So, it's probably go up to 350. Oops. That probably should be flat, though, realistically. There we go. It's not too bad. This is alright. Alright, so let's get the bridge cross. So what we're going to do is we're going to do a temporary ramp. So this is, turn off that, turn this on. This is around 30, so we'll go about 18. We'll use the last 10 to ramp. We're going to go 9 meters above. Alright, so we're on the flat ground still. That's good. So we're going to turn on straight slope, and we're going to drag this across with the terrain height. And then I'm still at +9. And then this is actually perfectly flat. Can't be mad. So we'll keep this like this for now. But I need to start setting this up, basically, on the other side. So let's get this grounded. We want this to be on the ground. We're going to use a train line here. There was a abandoned train line somewhere else. This one? Yeah, right here. I might want to try to connect this to here. And the way to do it, I think, is we're going to try to sink it and put it in between the highway. We could try to put the rail line in between, right here. The only thing about that is that I would want, like, walls on the side of the train. Because it's like, when everything is moving at high speeds like that, something getting run over and launching to the side could, like, easily cause big problems. Alright, maybe we just run it parallel on, like, the other half of the river or something. Try to have this go to here, and that's pretty safe. All the way to here. Yeah. This could be on the right side of the curve. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, I kind of see it. And then we would just triangle here so that we could have the connection leave. And then we would connect to a third part of the city. That's not bad. We could take that. Okay, so we know that we're going to do something weird like that. And we know that in every circumstance, we're going to want a proper perpendicular cross setup. Kind of like this. right? For the highway and the perpendicular road. A lot of the time, that's going to be what we want. Another thing is, do we want a zone on the left side? Because we do have a boat line. That's the interesting thing about this. We have a heart. Wait a second. Why is everyone dead? What's happening, man? Let's get you some cemeteries. No customers. Yeah, all the customers are dead, fam. Feels bad. Alright, they're good, they're good. I should not be building this. I need to be expanding my city, man. We have big demands. Yeah, realistically, I should be working on my city. So let's go back to that. This looks okay. Let's temporarily just get some splashed in residentials because the people do want to move in. I believe we keep these streets on a single level of commercial. And if we keep the pattern that we have, it's probably going to be like this. This is good. 10, 11, 12, 11, 11, 22. Alright, that would be kind of the grid setup. And then we would have commercial here and residential. Yeah. Alright, we'll let that move in. We actually get this. So I might as well give that to them. Alright, and then we have that now. So this to that, then we have this. I guess I should try to set this up. Just due to the fact that I want to see where we actually want this curve to be. I think it's going to be not bad, so let's set it up. So what we want to do is look at our portion that is straight. So from here on, it's a curve, but then we have a marker there. Same thing on this side. So we have a straight marker. This should be where we merge to, and this should be our maximum amount of allotted space, 1520. If we were to look at a minimum sized cloverleaf design that we have over here, it's only 1120. So we have about 400 units of space. That's not bad. So I could probably do something like this. Right? Because it's exactly the amount. Right? And then I probably have a center from here. So this is 11... Ooh. This is not proper, isn't it? 1120 divided by 2. 560. So it's 56. So here. All right, so that's going to be the 4-lane road, believe it or not. Now, of course, this is actually not parallel. It's the only downside about this. I could probably fix that. Yeah. So let's try to straighten this so that these two roads, this one and this one, are parallel. So let's do some box space. This is 55. 11, oops. Oops. 11, 11. Okay, so I want to use this. The spacing is really good. We just have to slightly adjust the curve. Pull this up, pull this down, and then get the perpendicular a little bit better. Okay, so this is going to be a marker line of where grid proper is. And then I should try to use proper rules for this. So if this is coming in this way, 500. Yeah, wow, that's pretty good. So if we were to use proper spacing, 11, 1, 2. Because we want the 12 value. That probably means this is the line we want. Okay. So now we got to go through this way. That's already 11. because it's not off the 4 lane. So that means we go to 55. Why would this matter? Why would the depth matter? Yeah, depth doesn't matter. Yeah. Because we would freehand that anyways. Okay, so that part is fine. So what we need to do here is do this. All right, so it's this part. This is a merge node, and then this is the proper 3 lane. Yeah. And then this is the curve. Curve start, curve end. Yeah. Okay. So that didn't matter on depth, but arbitrarily I want a 140. Okay. So let's delete the middle. Let's pull 140 without the dotted lines. Actually, let's pull through all the way. Put a marker first, pull through. And then we need to draw lines from here, this way and that way. So if we were to pull from like this height, no grid snapping, it'd be like this, yeah. All right, so this is pretty good, which means this curl is going to be a little bit higher. And this is going to be a bottom value, so this is going to be 80. And then we're going to have top, bottom. All right, so let's adjust. Let's delete that curve and do the right side first. And then we know that this is the node we're trying to line up to. Okay, so let's delete this. We know that's a setup. Let's pull this across. So we know this was the original setup. And then we want to line this to that. Okay, so terrain heights. We're going to use the bottom value of 1,000. 600, I mean. This is going to be 200. Okay. Nothing. Okay, let's add another 400 to this. Let's force ground. 400, 340. So that's a 60. Yeah, that would be the curve. Okay, not bad. This pulls out to here. This pulls out to here. We have a curve set up for that now, which is not bad. And then we got to do the same thing on the other side. So delete this. This honestly probably doesn't matter. And then we're going to redo the value. So let's pull a 600. All right, so 220. What about the bottom? 200? No way. Not even mad. So this is 520. So we're choosing 320. And then it'd be like this. Okay, so then this is the new curve. And then that's the new curve. All right. Oh. Yes. It didn't get bopped. Okay, I have to fix this though. So I have to do something like this. And then we'll use a 10% curl. 35. And then we go to here, 50, 0, 1. Okay, 75, 10%. Alright, get the waves back, basically. Massage out some of this. Alright, so we get that now. Okay, so what we want to do here at this point is actually recalculate center. So we know that it's here to here. It's 1640 still, that's fine. So let's do the arbitrary 200s. Right, that's a good value. Yep, okay. So now inside is 1240, and this was 1120. 1240, 1120, that means 60. So technically it's here instead of there. And then we do new node spacing. So then this goes out 60. That's here. All right, and now we do true center. So we use that as a reference line so that we get it straight. So that wherever we pull a line now is always going to be perpendicular or parallel, depending on what we're doing here. And then now we just have to find true center again, realign, and then we have a nicely placed highway here. So now that we know it's here to here, we're looking for a value at 56. All right, that's going to be the new value. Oh, and it's exactly 11 units off. That's actually the perfect value. That's actually really wild. That is actually the perfect value. Because that means I get this 2 space gap. And that means when I upgrade this, it's going to take up that 2 space gap. So we have the 1 space gap still. It's actually perfect. Not even mad. Alright, so that's good. That's a good lineup. It has to go through. Now we just got to do a cloverleaf design. This is going to be a little bit different. It's going to be this. But instead, this is going to be elevated. So it's going to be a weird design. So what's the height difference? This is 229. The top is 284. I would say this is about average height, 259. 30 meters? Yeah, it's too high. 12 plus 29 is 41. Yeah, so this is basically 2 floors high. Okay. I think what we do is a 12-meter ramp so that the cloverleaf elevation isn't too steep. I think that's pretty good. And then afterwards, we do another ramp to go up to the proper height. So that means the freeway entrance is going to be a little bit lower than everything else. I think that's going to be what we have to do over here. Right? So that way we could transition on the height a little bit better. So that means we're going to take a value of 24. So 24 plus 59, 29 is 40, 53. All right, so we're going to take this 53 value. And this is going to be our elevated height over here. You see all the weird hills and mountains? We're going to actually flatten this. Feels bad. Now, of course, we'll terraform it later and make it look good. But we want to flatten this, at least on the deep part, because we want to have a little bit of residential here. Want to line it up so that it evens out. And then later we could add some other features to transition up the hill a little bit better. But these are a couple things I think we're going to need right now. A nice flat area in the back at the proper height. We're going to bop these hills as well. But we'll try to keep the general shape. Pretty good so far, pretty good. All right, this is going to be our uphill. This is going to have to work its way uphill here off of the road. I'll probably have to flatten that before we go uphill here. We'll have this go into a middle ground. So 29 plus 12, 39, 41. we're gonna have to have this right here, and we're gonna transition from the low height to the high height. And then we'll put some hills back, and we'll probably put a little bit of a transitionary setup here. So the plateau doesn't look like a plateau, and it's more mountainous. Like, we'll probably have a line come down, so we have a little bit more mountainy stuff. Which is fine. I might even do a 2-tier setup in here. Like, 9 meters apart. So ground level, another 9 meters. 2 layers. Might want to do something like that. We also do 2 layers here. We do the outside layer at 41 and do the top one at 53. I mean, it's an idea. It's an idea. Alright, let's draw this out. So we know this is the highway. Let's not have that. Let's upgrade this so that this doesn't look weird. There we go. So this is fine. So we know this is the highway. We know that we have a off-ramp that's going to be here. Going to be on both sides. Ooh, yeah, a little bit of a train thing. Yeah, I'll be fine. And then we have our design, right? So it's 11, so that's a 6. Let's go 12-12 on this one, slightly larger. So 6, and then we do a 6 curve. And then we do the last 6 value. There we go. Get that set up. Now the thing with this that's gonna be a little bit weird is this is gonna be elevated. And it's technically gonna be like this. 1, 2, 3, 4. So we want to be at 12 height, like that. And then we kind of want to go across. Kind of like this. Because this is actually the height we want to be at. So let's get back to here. This is going to be a 120. 120. Alright, make sure we're on flat ground and actually anchor it. And then... oh, I need to do something weird here. This is flat. This should be flat too, I guess. I wanted to do a 1-step elevation, 2-step on the curve, and then 1 step on the last one. So it's 3 meters, 3 meters, 3 meters. While I think we could pull that off, I think that's not that great. No, it's probably worth it to do the 3-meter setup like that. Yeah, okay. So because of the tools we have a couple of tricks. So force elevation. This is going to be 3 meters. This goes to here. Alright, so this is +1. This part's kind of weird. We have to flatten this. And then this part is also weird. So we do 5, 6, 5, 6, and then 1, 2. And then here, 5, 5, 6, and this is +1. This should line up, and then this goes down 5, 6 to 9, 5, 6 to 6. So this goes down 9, this goes down 6, 3, 0. Yeah, so it's gonna be something weird like this. Yeah, so it's gonna be like that. Or at least it has to be. And the reason why I flattened it, so I could undo. Yeah, it's a little bit weird. We'll have to terraform this. And then we want this to be flat. Well, I might as well just push this back again. And we'll have to terraform that properly. So at the 12 height, I want this to be flat. 10, that's actually really nice. Okay, and then let's work from here. Delete, 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 delete. $10, 1 to 120. We could take that. All right, simple merge setup. Get the 5-6 curve. Easy does it. Okay, so that's going to be pretty good. We all know this is more or less done. So let's do the terraforming part. So, hit the undo button. Okay, so we actually want to do something like this. That looks really weird. And then we're going to do this. We're going to force ground all these upgrades. All right, so that's proper. And then once you start doing the other ones, they ground at the height that they were built at. That's the thing about this that's actually really nice. That terrain is automatically given to me. And then this part's going to be the same. I could make this a ramp, but it probably doesn't matter. Oh, I know what I do. I do this, 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 this. And it should be, yeah, it forces the ground below it to get carved out. Okay, so now when I go like this, I want to force ground this portion, but I want to elevate this portion and this portion. Yeah. That's actually perfectly flat, and then we could just terraform the rest. So now this is gone, this is gone, this is gone, this is gone. And then now we can just soften this. So we take the soften tool, that's going to be this one right here. And then we're just going to hit the button. Nice and smooth. So the trick for this is easy. Just make sure the lines from the soften tool are straight. They're not too close. You give them space, and it looks pretty good. And then we come in with this tool on a 0.01 and start adding a little bit. Right, that looks a little bit bad with some of the bumps, but I feel like we could soften that a little bit internally. Over here, we do something like this. Smooth out the lines. And then we want to come in with probably 69, 10%. It's kind of bad still with some of the terrain. It makes me feel like this should be a ramp so that I could actually make the terrain just disappear. It's literally this and that that's the problem. Otherwise, it's okay. So this would transfer ground level, and then this is going to go uphill after it grounds so that we could travel uphill to the proper height and start going to the housing. Have another street come in from the side, go uphill as well. It's not too bad. And then we need to connect this with that. Alright, so let's get the highway in first. Let's finish the upgrades. 3-lane, no sound barrier. And we're just going to use normal settings. Okay, we're going to go down to a 2-1 setup from 3. Gotta use the mathematics. There we go. Not bad. And then we want the 2 ways. Is there going to be a bridge to the other side? Oh, this side? No. What we're gonna do instead is this is gonna go through and out this way. So this is gonna be the street that goes through. But we'll have another freeway for that. For the people that want to take the fast track to this side. So the idea is going to be, we're going to have like housing here, but it's going to be like small street stuff. Probably small street housing here as well. But this is going to be the 4-lane road through the upper area before going back down through the back. I think you're talking about the bridge over here. We're not going to do that. If it's another bridge, though, I'm not sure which one you're looking at. Let me know on that, though. Alright, this is a simple 12-point curve. So 4-lane, just like that. There's no point of this coming through, so we're not going to have that. This does mean this is going to be the sole bridge of the setup. This might make me want to make this a 6-lane. At least from here to here. But we'll have to see. Like, the highway might be pulling the bulk of the traffic to the other parts. That might be good enough. So this is fine. Let's get some of the upgrades in. And then we have to align this, right? So you could see that even though I'm managing the city and I'm like doing everything I think correctly, I still make a lot of mistakes. Like me drawing this out for the first time and then I came back and then I had to realign everything again. You gotta learn to do that and just accept it that you gotta make those changes sometimes. So for the most part, if you're able to do that, build looks great, but then you have to slightly adjust it. Just do the slight adjustment. At the end of the day, you're going to get a nice setup. All right, so this needs to be downgraded. We need to connect this, and then we need this to go uphill. I need to terraform this part, though, because it dips down. This goes through, local stuff. I'll probably have to do something in the middle here that cuts the left side and right side apart, so we don't have someone exiting and immediately cutting through the side. That's something I need to watch out for. Early shortcuts like that. Alright, so this is going to feed in, do the combination stuff. That's alright. I don't think we're going to work on that part yet. I'll probably adjust the roads later. Okay, so everything is looking more or less okay. Alright, let's get some residents in. They're asking to move in. We gotta give them what they want. Take out all the dirt roads, make it look clean. We'll keep that one. We'll clean that up later. Alright, so now we gotta do our pattern. This gets weird, right? Because of how the grid works with the spacing. Typically, I wouldn't want this design. I'll probably have to change this up later. I'll probably do a weird design that makes a little bit more sense later on. But I don't think this is proper. Now, because of how this works, this makes more sense. And then we delete this, 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 this. This makes a lot more sense in my mind. So we're gonna go with this design. Hey man, we just started the city. We're broke. Every city starts off as a grid, man. We don't have the money yet. But now that we did get a little bit of money, I'm starting to spend it. Sometimes, man, we just need a little bit of cash. And you know what's good at making cash? The grids, baby. I don't play with infinite money. That's the big thing, right? If I had infinite money, I just go straight to the designs. But, you know, man, that's just the truth. Alright, so I want to just keep growing the city, so I'm coming in with some more grid. And then once we're able to, we got to move the industry to the other side so that we could actually design the roads. That's perfectly fine. You don't have to like the grids. You don't have to like the grids. I mean, it's a sandbox game, dude. There's no world where I'll tell you what you need to be doing as if that's the only way. There's no world where I'll do that. Because that just doesn't make sense. This is a sandbox game, man. You play the way you want. If you don't like grids, don't build grids. I need money, so I want grids. It's actually just that simple. Okay, so 22, that lines up. And then we'll set this up here. Because of the cemetery, yeah. Where would you empty the cemetery if you don't have the crematorium? You can't, right? Ah, shit. Alright, guys, I need you guys to look away. Oh, what happened to the cemetery? I don't know what happened, guys. Let's build another one. There we go. Seems legit. Seems legit. Yo, man, this ain't Lord of the Rings, dude. We're not gonna put Aragorn down the river again. It could be emptied to another cemetery. Okay. Sounds like a pain. Yo, man, I don't want another cemetery, though. Real talk. But, yo, man, if that's what they do, it's what they do. I'll see you over there, Green Man. Hope you're doing well. Alright, so the next entrance should be here, 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 and then here. Wait, no. Right, left, right. Yeah, so it's going to be like this. Okay. So this should be fine. I use dirt roads because it's the cheapest. And there's a couple of things that only dirt roads could do that no other roads can. So for me, it allows for a lot more room for creativity. It's easier to manipulate, if you understand what I mean by that. Okay, so that's pretty good. I could try to fill up some space with the grid right now, but I just want to move some people in. Alright, we'll just get that in. Nothing special. And then, yeah, I need to start setting up some pipes. Okay, so we'll just upgrade this. So we'll just use this for now, because we just want to move the people in and get the population low. Because the more citizens in the city, the more potential monies we make. So we want to increase the pop. Alright. So, pipelines. Ah, that's unfortunate. So we have to do this. Oh, does this work? It does. Nice. So that means I just have to do this. Nice. This pulls through to here. And then, yeah, this is simple box grid. So we will go with a simple design like. And then we're just going to utilize the water pipe on the main street. And we should be good. Nice. I like Mars Radio too. I see you over there. It's chill. It's good times. I can't complain about the Mars Radio, man. Okay, we want that. There is piping there. We want this. We want that. Single layer commercial. Only way to do it. And then we have all the residentials able to move in. All right. There we go, there we go. All right, demand's all down. Just gotta wait for the city to grow. This is not bad. I kind of like how the city's turning out. Not a lot of straight lines. This curve was actually, I think, a good idea. I do think that us moving this to here is going to be a smart move. So that we could move this a little bit. Oh, and then we're going to have this go straight a little bit more and do a curved bridge. That's probably not too bad, though. Curved bridge. Have the pillar in the center. So far, so good, though. I'm happy with the design. Alright, so 300k is a good amount. I just wish there was a way for me to do this a little bit better. Because it's like, I know we're going to want to go up. I want this to snap straight. And then that's going to be where the highway entrance is going to get moved. And then we're going to run perpendicular to that, right? So perpendicular to this line, basically. Which is basically this line. So we should get like a proper 90 curve. So when this goes across, I need this to eventually get to here for the highway interchange. Oh, that's smart. I could try to keep this by the river on this side. Right? Because if this goes this way and we keep it by the river and then we just gradually move away from it, kind of like that. Or maybe we do something like this and then we straighten out. Do the interchange here, come out this way, and then we want like a large curve. I probably would want to go all the way out to the water, and then we curve at the water. And it wouldn't be a 90 curve. It'd probably be a offset curve like this. I like the simplicity of those interchanges. Oh, these interchanges are the ones I have where I live. Believe it or not, that's actually where I get this design from. I have this exact design where I live. So Yeah, this is just from real life. This is exactly how they're built, except that instead of a bridge, this is underneath the highway, underground. It's an underpass. I just didn't want to do an underground passage, so I just did it above. But this is literally the design we have where I live. So you can see how it works, right? When you exit off of the highway, if you want to make a right, you make your first right. If you want to make a left, you make the second right. That way you never have to cross traffic. And this is really good if you are playing a game like Cities, where you never want to cross traffic. Ideally, if you could split your traffic crossings anywhere, you would have the best design possible. But a lot of the times you don't get that, right? That's the downside about that. But yeah, this is something I customly built, but yeah, this is interchange I see normally. And what we do over here, it's like they spam this. It's literally like every main street is one of these. And they'll have like 5 of them in sequence just for one of the general areas. But yeah, it's very clean. It's very clean. The only thing that sucks is when you're trying to get on and there's a lot of people trying to get off. There's like a merging issue. It's a very slight merging issue though, so it's not that bad. But yeah, this is a great local road to highway interchange. Of course, you can't do this without the mods though. You really want node controller so that the turn angle right here is a little bit wider and not as slow down. You want oh, I didn't do this yet. You want TMPE to control the speed limits, yep. Just like how I did right here, totally. Feels bad, I messed this up. There we go. That way, when they're doing the transition, I don't have a penalty on my traffic flow percentage. 95, sweet. Alright, so everything's moving, everything's great. People have moved into the point where they can't anymore. That means it's good. Commercial slowly coming in. We don't have enough space for industry, though. Alright, so we really do need to work on this. So we're gonna have a design here, and then this feeds out into where our industry area is going to be. I'm probably not gonna want to curve the setup as much. So we want to try to keep it as kind of like a box grid. You have to remember there's a harbor here. So we have to have the highway allow for the boats to go underneath. That's going to be one of the things. Oh, the boats aren't popping up anymore. It feels bad. So come in, interchange, 4-way to this. And then we have the road. Right? We know this is a 4-lane. Do I want to do a weird design here? In Quebec City, we have merges in and out everywhere. Oof, yeah. It'd be like that sometimes, man. As long as it's, you know, something you're used to. I feel like it's not bad. It's only when you get traffic that it sucks. Feels strange. Yeah, something feels strange here. Because I'm thinking we could do this, put a roundabout on here, and distribute the traffic. But I don't think this works. Wait, you have the same lane merging in and out? Wait, what the hell? That's weird. That sounds dangerous, man. Sounds like Quebec City needs to hire me to do the roads. Hey, man. Quebec, if you're listening, hit me up for my rates. I got you. Oh, man. I don't want to put a round. It doesn't feel like it's good. But then it's like, we know that the round outperforms everything else. that's a normal interchange. So if I were to do this, a roundabout's technically better in every circumstance. So we need to do like a weird design here, huh? We know that the rail's here. We know that there's a good chance that we pull the rail through this way, and there's going to be a rail connection here. So I think we want our industry going out this way. Oh, we could do this and then adjust the grid to be parallel with the railroad. Oh, that's sweet. Can I do that? It's a nightmare to merge. Feels bad. In Europe, we use a lot of roundabouts. I hear about that, man. It sounds like you guys love the rounds. Wait. Oh, this isn't actually straight. Yeah, this isn't actually straight. I'll probably have to redo this. Yeah, I think that works. So I think what we do is we do the interchange, and then out of the interchange, we do this. So that way we straighten out, and then we could do our box grid design parallel to the railroads. Yeah. I think that works. We basically need a structural reference, and I want to run it with the railroad. So we could have this come across, slight curve, readjust, and then we'll do that setup. But the thing is with that is you would typically want this centralized. What that means is you want to distribute traffic to both sides evenly. If we do a right side oriented setup, I wonder if we get another street coming up this way then. That could be something to think about. We probably do get this, yeah. Because later on when we move this way, right? And then the highway entrance gets pulled down, we will have this 4-lane flat. And I could technically pull from the center a new 4-lane road. We would probably have to have this go underneath the highway. That's going to be going across this way. And then this could connect to that. And then the secondary entrance is going to be really good for us because that feeds into this setup. Which is the same thing here, but it's probably I could try to make that go into the highway then. No, that's going to be a little bit jank, I think. Yeah. I don't think this benefits us as much as I think it does because it doesn't connect to this. Which would mean the highway is better. Yeah. The only thing that people would do is like local traffic to go to work. It would reduce traffic very slightly. A couple of the trucks will take this route over the other one. Like people from here go down this way. Unless they're taking the highway to leave. That's not bad. I like this idea. Alright, so we know that this rail is going to go through here, connect. This is going to readjust. So I think in order to balance this out, we put the train line on the side and probably the harbor so that we could have the harbor and train traffic separated from the industry traffic. And then we could run a bypass where there's like a fast road for the industry to take to go directly to the harbor. Oh, that would be actually pretty good. Not gonna lie. We could run a system like this. We could run a road that goes backwards. And then this feeds into the train line. Like, we could literally do this. And then we could just have the grids end here. you either make a right to exit or you make a right to go into here. No, man. Y'all need a better setup. That's all I gotta say. Y'all need a better setup. That doesn't sound legit. So by doing it like this, they could run this so that they would take the backside route to feed into the train line. That would immediately separate my traffic from the 4-lane I'd probably have over here. Because this is going to be faster, and since it's one way, it's pretty good. Some people might even take this to come in here, to exit here, to make a delivery. That's a great concept. And then we can put the harbor on the side. We're going to want the one with the train line as well. Because then we'll just extend this line, right? Dude, that's going to be pretty sweet. Train cargo line, not bad. We could even move the train line to here. So that this could just drop off at the harbor. A lot of ideas. But I think this is pretty good. So guys, I think this is going to be a great spot for us to wrap things up for the night. This is the map. I think it's called Maze Fields. This is the map. A lot of plateaus and hills. I didn't do this. This was the map. And yeah. It's looking not bad so far. We have to gut out the highway though. You could see that our grids have a little bit of structure to it. But the highways is kind of right here. It's kind of just willy-nilly. So we're going to have to fix that. So we're going to have to readjust this next time. We stacked up the cash, so it's pretty good. And then, yeah. It's coming together. It's going to take some time for us to actually get some high rises and stuff. But we good, we good. So let's get that saved.